All right.
Hello, everybody. This is Lord Captain Commander Dunn, and I have two wonderful guests with me today. On my right below me is the lovely Neph Champion, whose
Hello,
beauty can
everyone.
dazzle even the most heartless of trolls. And then I have Agent Yokai Zero, whose sword is so keen that illogical goblin of the internet can and defend against it.
Fantastic.
Yep. And today we're going to be looking at the Battle of the Bastards and the initial and the battle surrounding it, mainly to give some context for the behind-the-scenes stuff that we're going to be taking a look at. This might be somewhat long or somewhat short. We'll have to see. I am hoping that this will be an engaging topic of discussion for all involved. It's mainly to kind of just illustrate what happens when you don't necessarily have that good of a writers on. Yeah, I was sorry, Drake, to do this. We were kind of late. I had to show the bits and pieces of the setup for the battle for Neph and Yokai so that they knew what was going on. So here we have the battle. And what we're going to be chatting about is basically the battle itself, what happens in it, the tactics, but also we're going to be discussing the behind-the-scenes stuff that happened. And yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. So sorry. Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, apologize for being late. Seems to be a running theme. I apologize. Technical difficulties and a few other things. But all right, let's get started, shall we?
Let's do it.
So kind of what do you think of like the setup that you're seeing right now? So like in terms of like the military formation.
Let's see.
So we got okay.
It doesn't. There are a lot of people, but all I see are people standing around. I don't see anyone. It doesn't look like a proper.
And don't forget,
setup.
it has the world's slowest horses, Neph. Don't forget that.
Yes,
Yeah.
that too. Good Lord, that was horrible.
Yeah.
It was funny because, like, at first I was the one, like, I was like, okay, these horses are a little slow. And then Neph didn't say anything. And then later on, Neph was like, okay, this is ridiculous. Why are the horses so slow?
Yes. Because horses can run at, what, 40 miles an hour? Or something like that? Should not have taken that long for him to get to his brother.
Actually, they can go up to 55 miles an hour.
Okay, so even when not at their top speed, he should have been able to retrieve his brother and get him to safety before anything happened.
Mm-hmm.
That was bad.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah.
The formations are all wrong.
Yeah.
They're wrong. Good Lord. I'm no expert, but you have the people with the shields in front of the people that don't. In fact, you give everyone a shield. That's what you do. Because then everyone can defend themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Many FOIs don't understand tactics.
No! They really don't.
Now.
Cavalry! Charge!
Yeah. So now kind of comes the nuts part of this whole thing. So, in what we're going to see next, that's actually a live horse charge.
That's live horses.
Yep, those are live horses that are going towards Mr. Jon Snow.
That is so stupid. You do not put your actors in...
Situations
This is
like that.
dangerous! This is dangerous!
I'll be honest, I actually have some respect for the actor after that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, all the respect in the world to him because he managed to get through this scene, but still, this has to be against some sort of rule. This has to be against some sort of law.
Oh, it gets nuttier. You'll see.
Oh,
It gets
God.
So, this bit right here is CGI.
So, they couldn't just CGI the entire scene. Why?
Well, some of that is CGI and some of it's like prop horses and dummies. But they wanted originally that whole thing to be live.
What are they, insane?
A little bit.
That's my question.
They wanted 70 live horses to be charging around the battlefield in that melee crush.
Come on, men, stand down. Yeah!
This part is CGI, completely CGI, because you can't. A lot of.
Oh my God. Oh.
So they originally wanted the battle to be all this. A long oneer shot.
The whole fight, that.
Yes. Yes, pretty much. They wanted the whole fight to be this whole oneer shot.
Oh God, no. No! Thank God there was someone who had sense and went behind their backs and said, I'm not doing this. Thank God.
Yeah, wasn't that the director?
Yeah, the director, yeah. I will, we'll see more of, like, the exact stuff after, but, of, like, the exact circumstances of what happened, but this is kind of just, like, from the initial thing, you can see, like, this is insane. This is cool to look at, but it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, before we had CGI, this would be the only way to do it, and so you'd have to take that risk anyway.
Yeah.
But in the age where CGI is cheaper than real props, you go with the CGI, you idiots.
Yeah, they wanted it to be. So they specifically wanted it to be 70 live horses charging around a battlefield, specifically to enhance the performance of the actors.
Okay, one, the horses could get hurt and PETA would be all over them. Two, the actors could get hurt and they'd have a lawsuit on their hands. Actually, wait, no, three, they'd have a lawsuit on their hands no matter what got hurt.
Yeah. So Yeah, they didn't understand. All they had been doing was watching old Akira Kurosawa movies from I think the 1960s. I think before when you could kill horses on screen with impunity.
Can't do that anymore.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, this is some serious forced labor camp
Yeah.
stuff.
And yeah, it would get boring if it was all like this.
Okay. Now for part 2.
Ugh. Yay. I'm sure you can just hear my excitement.
Yeah. Oops. A little bit too early there. 1 second. Flee the soul. I'm going to try and jump around. Let's see.
Yes!
Performance of the people making us money.
Hmm?
Let's add some serious health risks to enhance the performance of the people making us money.
Sounds like something a Nazi would do.
Yeah.
It'll enhance their performance if you whip them. And you send real horses after them.
Yep, pretty much, yeah.
In the 60s, they would have had no choice but to use live horses because there were no computers back then, or nothing we would recognize as a computer.
Nothing
Really?
had the capability of something like this. Like,
yeah. And oh, that scene at the beginning. Oh.
Yeah, where it's just the faces during the parlay. Yeah.
And then the race that ends up being futile anyway.
Yeah.
Because if a horse really was running that fast, he'd have been across the field in like maybe 3 minutes flat if the horse was running all out. And the horse looked like it was going fairly fast.
Mm-hmm. So now we get into some really dumb stuff.
Oh, good lord.
Well, here we go.
1 second. Can you hear it okay, or is it?
It sounds good.
Oh, you can hear it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can people in the chat hear okay? Currently, no. Oh, okay. Can you hear? Can you? Okay. Okay. You don't really need to hear the dialogue, I guess. It's just. Okay, the song goes in and out. Okay. Okay, maybe I want to cover Dragon Demands. Okay. Hopefully when we kind of cover some of the behind-the-scenes stuff. But yeah, basically the infantry outran and just jumped, almost teleported right around the enemy. So, yeah.
Oh, that's not how. Oh,
Pretty
that's
bad.
not how it was done historically.
Pretty bad.
No, it wasn't. So the thing that they wanted to do originally with that was they wanted to originally have cavalry do that bit. And I believe that they wanted they restructured the battle in order to make it so that I think a part of the cavalry charged first, and then what remained to charge in where we see the shield wall forming, because they wanted to have something similar to the Battle of Cannae, but the problem was they logistically couldn't do that because of animal rights laws that are in the UK that they failed to research before they asked the director to do this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever heard of that battle in particular, but I am a history buff, so I know about that kind of thing. Oh dear. Oh.
1 second.
Mm-hmm.
The
1 second. Let me stop sharing for a second.
okay.
Yeah. And also, there's the issue of they don't, what is it? They aren't necessarily doing, the people getting surrounded aren't running at the enemy, even as they're forming up behind them. And also, how did they outrun them? How did they get there so fast? That's insane.
Yeah. It's wait, 1 minute these horses are really, really slow, and the next there are people who are not on horses behind them? How the heck did they get that far? Perhaps you should share your screen at all?
Yeah, for sure not. I hate it when YouTube does, when Google does this. I should take this off there since it's really annoying.
Yeah.
But for some reason I agreed to it, and now I need to take it off.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I need to get a new computer because my hard drive is buggered by Windows 10, which is really frustrating, to say the least. Let's see.
Well, back when I was using my laptop, which is several years old, Windows 10 buggered with that, so I had to go back to Windows 7.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't done anything to my new computer though.
Okay.
So it could just be that your computer is old.
Yeah, it's it's an HP thing. It's an old HP, I think.
Yeah, mine's an old HP too.
Yeah. I think I can kind of skip forward a little bit.
Didn't we watch this already?
Yeah, that's why I'm skipping forward a little bit. So, watch as they charge around only to have them flash speed forward. Also, look at how thin that line is compared to the mass of people inside.
Those people are not trapped just by looking at that picture.
Yeah.
Also, they have a giant.
Yeah.
Also, they have a giant. A literal giant.
Well, the shield formation is believable, but looking at this, it makes the history buff in me go, oh my god. Do your research, you morons! Seriously! Do your research! Read about the old Greek and Roman battles. Read
Yeah.
about the battles in
Medieval times, like Agincourt. Well, they wanted to do Agincourt, but it was not necessarily like they wanted to use the aesthetics of Agincourt, not the actual tactics. What they wanted was mounds of the bodies all around it. Like if you notice, that's a lot of bodies that are just heaped all over the place.
Yes, I did notice that.
And they wanted people fighting in the mud, kind of really gritty stuff. But the problem was they didn't work on like the tactics. They didn't understand the tactics well enough to do that. And also their director said we cannot do Kenai, not with live horses. You can do CGI horses, but you cannot do live horses, you idiots.
Well, what they should have done is they should have hired someone who does understand those tactics so that they could make sure the tactics actually worked on screen. But no, they didn't do that. Let's waste everyone's time.
Yeah, one of the issues that Game of Thrones had, especially in the later seasons, was they had a writer's room of 4 people. And it was mainly run by one guy, David Benioff, who just kind of passed down directives and had his wife stick around as his lackey. He's mainly the person like that is the brain, for lack of a better term, of the show, especially once season 5 ended with the end of Dance with Dragons. Even though in the books the show merged 2 books into one season with elements of book 4 and season 6. And both of these books are huge. They're like
then they should have been a season each. That's what they should have been.
Yeah. The problem was they didn't do the problem was like they both rushed and slowed down. They rushed season 5, slowed down season 6, then rushed season 7, and then really, really rushed season 8.
Why?
Because they were lazy, and he's historically like proven himself to be an impulsive jackass.
Drake the Duelist is right. I'm not even mad they had a fantasy creature. What bugs me is seeing them completely strategically misapplied.
Yep. Yep. Like, I think like one of my favorite battles is actually the Battle of Cynocephali. Neph, you probably are relatively familiar with that one, right? Since you say you like Greek and Roman history.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the Dog's Head Hills, where the Romans, no, they're up against a wall of bodies. Drake the Duelist. They're not surrounded by cliffs. They're surrounded by a mound of bodies.
And that would trap them? Why?
Well, there's also a group of guys coming over the wall of bodies, but I'm just wondering, how did they get that many bodies? That's a lot of bodies.
How big are these armies that they have that many bodies that they can pile up?
And that's in like a span of a few minutes. It's like people like dying on top of the wall, on top of that wall, and somehow they vanish from the like area inside of this kill zone. Yeah,
God,
but like
this makes no sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. It really doesn't. There's also kind of like if you look at like the Battle of Cynocephali, like the Romans, like they were able to beat the phalanx because they were more flexible and didn't necessarily use up their reserves like the phalanx had to. because all of the phalanx, like, they have to lower their spears and keep a really tight formation, whereas the Romans were able to form a loose formation and get up the hill, whereas the Macedonian phalanx were only able to form a little bit. It'll like half of their army. The other side was half formed up, and then they came up against the other half of the Roman army, which was completely formed up, and they also had elephants. And then because of the gap that opened, they were able to slide through and start attacking the Macedonian phalanx from behind.
I love Greek and Roman history.
Yeah.
They are such geniuses when it comes to these things.
Yeah.
And tactics might have changed a little bit with the introduction of, firearms, but the strategies are still sound, no matter what era you live in.
Yeah. And especially like here, where used to be Romans didn't really use much cavalry, kind of because the invention of the stirrup hadn't happened yet. Yeah, ultimately the invention of the stirrup was the thing that made cavalry more usable, because you didn't necessarily have to be as skilled at riding the horse in terms of like gripping the horse's saddle. Not having to worry about falling
the
down.
stirrups made it easier to get on and off the horse.
And you could like couch your lance a little bit easier. Like most of the uses of horses were like with swords and slightly longer than usual cavalry swords. There's like a spatha. Sometimes they would use lances, but mostly they would. But as far as I know, they mostly use swords or horse archers.
Yeah.
They have a giant. They just lost an entire front rank. That's only a few people. How are they not breaking out?
I have no idea. Do not ask me. This is stupid. This is so stupid.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Drake the Duelist is correct. Firearms didn't really change tactics as much as automatic fire did. Without that rate of fire or precision, breech-loader muskets and bows are a lot more comparable than you'd think.
Yeah, they are. A bow might have less stopping power than a musket, but it takes longer to load.
Yeah.
Lots longer to load.
Unless you're holding the arrows in your hand, then it's really fast. But unless you're doing that, nope. They take about as long. Because a speed loader for a musket, a person who's really skilled at it, can take about a minute to do so.
Yeah. And also there's the issue of you need a lot more strength training for a bow than a musket.
That too.
Like a longbow is like, it's like I have like a metal compact bow that I sometimes fire. I'm not terribly like totally good with it.
You mean a compound bow or compact bow?
Compound, yeah. Or it's like a metal like rotary bow. Yeah. I'm better at axe throwing than I am at archery, but I need to practice more with archery. I do have an axe throwing range in my backyard where it's a bunch of wooden targets, and I have a bunch of axes that I just toss around.
You ever accidentally throw it over the fence and then hear someone start screaming?
Oh no, I No, I have a tennis court in my backyard that we put up against, so we don't have to worry about it.
Ah, that'll do it.
Mhm.
With that many horses, you would think that people would get what's it?
Killed or injured.
Trampled is the word I'm looking
Yes.
for.
Yeah, they wanted to use so for reference, this is a pickup shot that they made in the last bit.
Mm-hmm.
And originally, so what we are about to see is not the original ending that they planned. So what they wanted to do originally was ruined because they were rained out, because they were not given enough time to film it. So because they lost 3 days of filming, the original ending was lost. So what we're seeing is what they cobbled together.
I'm almost afraid to ask what they originally wanted to do.
Actually, what they originally wanted was something better. Because they were likely originally, like, if you notice kind of those setup scenes where they say his men will betray him, likely. His men are going to betray him. All over and over, they say he rules through fear. Originally, it was likely that the Umbers were going to betray Ramsay and join Jon. Because they said, you raped Ned Stark's daughter. We're men of honor, and we didn't. I made sure not to swear an oath to you. So this is not, yeah, this is obviously CGI,
Mm-hmm.
but it looks good CGI. And yeah. Yep. Yeah. Drake the Duelist. Yeah, fun. Yeah, fun. Neff's broken. That broke Neff.
I'm sorry, I never saw that. But isn't that the guy that played
Thor, yes.
And that's why it's so funny. Fun fact, actually, I didn't watch Thor 1 before watching Thor 2.
Oh,
But
okay.
I didn't need to watch the first Thor movie because I am also a fan of mythology.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew all about Thor already.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, all right.
I hope they kept that line in.
No, they did not. In Infinity War, they did not keep that line in.
That's
It might be in the
too bad.
bloopers. It might be in the bloopers or the behind the scenes, maybe.
That is pretty funny.
Yeah, that's too bad because entire movie theaters probably would have been in stitches because of that.
Probably. Alrighty. Well, now here we go. The main event, everybody. The
Oh,
behind
dear.
the scenes, the lost original ending of the Battle of the Bastards. this might take a while, and I might skip around a little bit.
That's fine.
But here we go.
Formation. Not turn and face it. Literally, it's not.
What?
Drake the Duelist said something again. Anyway,
Yeah.
why did the troops on the edges of the encircling formation, who were about to get
butt rammed? Because D&D kind of forgot that people who are faced with cavalry would sometimes turn around.
Yeah, that is something they do. And pits with spikes were originally supposed to combat cavalry.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep. Okay. Yep. Yep. Because horses don't like long sticks with sharp bits of metal on it.
Yeah. Okay. It's too bad they lost those 3 days of filming. Because even with the horrendous tactics, we still probably would have gotten something better.
Probably.
Then again, who knows? They might have botched it anyway. With something even worse. Tactics-wise, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Take to shoot it. Did he guess where we said 28? That's not even half the time to film it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. And it gets worse. It gets way worse.
Estimate is coming down, which is what we all hoped. The number went up to 42. Yikes.
Yep. It was insane. They were utterly insane that they thought that they could do this.
God, they needed to manage their time better.
Yep. I don't know how they thought that they could do it in 12 days when you require at least that much just to train the horse.
Yeah, it's I think average time to train a horse to do something is like 7 days, maybe. And that's for only one thing. But
yep.
It's just,
Yep. It's utterly insane that they thought that they could do this in 42 days. Like looking at what we saw in 12 days. Looking at what we saw, would that take 12 days?
No. Not if you want to do it right.
Uh-huh.
They needed to hire an actual tactician, because the tactician would have knocked their heads together and said, this is not going to work.
I would say it should have taken 24 to 36 days, not 12 days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, a big.
At least double.
Yep, at least double. Oh, what? Shadow Band.
Yeah, that's what Blue says. And Archmage is
Oh.
here!
Oh, well, it seems it's still live. At least it looks like it.
Well, it is. They say
Yeah,
they
let me
have to
see.
go to your channel to find it.
Okay, let me take a look real quick. Let me go to YouTube Studio. I believe that's where I go. Let's see. Yeah, I'll get it figured out, hopefully. Tried to pause it frequently. Let's see what we can do. Hopefully I can get the since HBO is like fairly nice about stuff. So let's see. Yeah. Well, yeah, we have a lot of stuff, yeah, in terms of things to discuss. So what do you think about this? The big thought. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I have no copyright strikes, no community guideline strikes as of right now. Okay. Okay, so we should be good.
Drake the Duelist said I would have knocked their heads together, and all I do is study historical combat to play Warhammer 40k better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One of these days, I'm probably gonna when I get a better computer. What I'm going to do is I'm gonna put Battle for Middle Earth on screen, and I'm going to be using that to illustrate some tactics, since that's something that I like doing.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you want, I'd love to have you on for that. We can kind of figure out a battle that we can kind of discuss and chat about.
Yeah, and I personally am not very good at strategy. I play Fire Emblem, but I play casual, so it doesn't matter if I lose my units or not.
Yeah, it's fine. Well, it's mainly going to be kind of like recreating battles from history, utilizing units from Battle for Middle Earth, since they've got a lot of good ones. Like they've got horse archers for the elves. They've got also horse archers with the Rohirrim, and Gondorian knights, stuff like that, and archers and pikemen. There's a lot of interesting stuff. I'll have to kind of do some figuring out for a few things, but I think that for the most part, we should be able to have some fun with that.
Yeah. D&D thought. Oh God! Wow. Original mental guess was that they already allotted for the battle was only 12 days, few hours of careful research. Director said 28. First draft came in, ignored his warnings, and that went up to 42. It went from under 2 weeks to 6 weeks. God, DP and Weiss, I hate you.
Yeah. See?
I hate you! I hate you!
Yeah. So, yeah.
Oh, God. Oh my God. Wow.
Pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty bad. Like, this is not normal. Would you say that this is normal?
No. Never.
Yeah, like he gave a mental guess not based on any facts or logic, and then he said, no, it's going to take, after he said it's going to take 28 days. Nope, you have 12. Oh.
Lou can't hear us, I think. Hello, Dr.
Okay.
Crow.
Let me...
Dr. Crow.
Hey, Dr. Crow. Let me... So
Good
basically,
doctor is
Dr.
in.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm making sure to share my audio. Let's see if this will work better. Alrighty. And can you hear it? Let's see. Let's pause.
And scheduling this.
Yeah, we can hear it now.
All right.
That's a red flag.
Hi.
So as
Hey
you
there,
continue,
well, how you doing?
then began the process of creatively focusing on the most important aspects, searching for more effective Charlie faced around 2 or 3 months between May and July. That before filming started, I don't know what more could they say.
Yeah. So here we have kind of the yep. So basically they were saying like they got up to 25 days, and including like the parlay that we saw before the stream started. So they managed to round it down, but a lot of it was kind of based around not not doing the actual horses, because that's the thing that took the time, and also it could be like focused around getting the dummy horses, figuring out like the physical limitations of shooting, stuff like that. And the weirdest thing was this is not season 1, and they had done battles like this before. This is season 6.
I'm guessing they did it better in
Yes.
earlier seasons.
Well, one of the things that happened was we had a particular subplot that was written and inserted in the middle of filming in season 5, when kind of after the success of the season 3 happened, and they basically got the power to creatively do whatever they wanted. So that's the issue that we have here, is basically they have, this is season 6, that they are basically saying, you have 12 days to film this, not including training the horses.
Pretty bad.
Yep.
After a day or two, how many more ways can you say this is how long this is going to take? Well, they were hashing out specifics, but they were arguing about this on a daily basis for about 2 or 3 months. This wasn't a snap decision. Just warning them for 2 months, these are problems.
And everybody can hear it?
So eventually, after all this wrangling, he managed to end up with bringing up from 12 days to 25 days. And that includes like everything, the parlay scenes, the aftermath of the battle, all of that. So they were arguing about this for months. This wasn't a snap decision. And like so many people defending them in denial, going, oh, well, they just missed one warning. Benioff and Weiss aren't at fault for that. Like people defending other mistakes on the show of how could they have known? 4 months. There were daily phone calls. This wasn't one mistake. It was a series of cumulative mistakes, ignoring every warning. Daily phone calls, arguing between Benioff and Weiss and the director's team, saying, this is unfilmable. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. It will take 3 times longer than you think it does. And they settled on 3.5 weeks. Now, let me be clear here. When I say there's a lost original ending, I'm not referring to the original outline or that original draft script that would take 42 days. That's something else. they didn't want to cut stuff out. So what I'm saying is the actual filming script that they went into that 25-day period for, it was overstuffed. They were trying to cram in 42 days worth of ideas into 25 days and hoping it would all fit, or not willing to drag kicking and screaming to cut out a part here or a part there. And even then, they were so unwilling to let parts go that it didn't work and they ran overtime. So
maybe they should have cut this episode in two.
They say this.
Yes, they probably should have, or just gone back to the drawing board.
Because they were haggling with the director about scenes they should cut.
Mm-hmm.
So the director went in knowing they could never film all of it in only 25 days. That's as much as he was able to argue out of them. And even as they were going on, he kept arguing, cut out this other scene. We need another day in here. This was never resolved. So that, not the 42-day script, the actual 25-day script had well over 25 days worth of stuff in it. So, as Director Sapochnik had been predicting and warning for months,
they ran overtime.
Of course they did, because they have absolutely no idea how long stuff like this takes.
Yeah. Yeah. Chanthorpe, there is actually an actual debate on EFAP of this small minority who thinks that season 8 was great. His name is Yezin IRL. He performed very badly. He couldn't even answer the question. He couldn't even answer the questions of Rags, the guy who's only seen bits and pieces of the show. Rags asked him a few questions, and he wasn't able to answer any of Rags' questions to anybody.
Pretty fantastic, isn't it?
Fantastically horrible, I think you mean.
Yep, it is he's up there as one of the yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh hey, Dr. Crow, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
The doctor is in, folks.
That's where the link. Oh dang! I didn't actually mean to click that link. Oops.
Here you are. There's no going back now.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't leave now. Okay. Well, if you guys are okay with me being here.
Yeah, you're fine.
Of course we are. Of course we are.
All right.
Yeah. So what do you think?
So just from the parts that it's like they're going over scheduling shoots.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
I perform magic on stage occasionally. This stuff takes months to plan. Just for this basic stage stuff I do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's usually just me and my wife performing. So we got to get all these props ready, make sure everything's set up. We do safety checks, all these, make sure everything's in its place, make sure any stagehands who are helping us are in their spots, make sure the MC knows how to direct us. And this is just for an hour and a half show.
Yeah.
This stuff, this prep takes time and it never stops.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
yeah. So
especially when animals are involved.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean,
yeah. And that's why one of the issues that happened was they didn't have their 3 days of heavy rain completely destroyed their ability to shoot.
Yeah. Yeah, that would do it.
Yeah. It's utterly insane. And if we based on what we saw earlier, that kind of thing was utterly nuts.
Yeah.
What they did was nuts. And they wanted it to be actual physical horses because all they've been doing was watching Akira Kurosawa's Ran.
Set aside vital rain. They used 3 days of heavy with mud too thick for horses or men to move in. They got rained out. 3 full days of scripted filming, which would have been the original climax of the battle, were lost. And Sapochnik explains all this in his interview. 3 full days gone, we got rained out. And the director had warned them this would happen, that they couldn't use up their emergency rain days like that. They refused to listen. Many Offenweiss have no time management skills.
Mm-hmm.
That does not surprise me at all.
Rained out.
Nope.
No, it is not. It does not.
They can't film.
It's really, really terrible.
Even at my worst in high school, I still had better time management than these guys do.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
one big part of Benioff and Weiss is that guess who his daddy is?
Is he like some sort of big director at HBO?
No, his daddy is Stephen Friedman, the former CEO of Goldman Sachs.
Of course. It's who you know, not what you know.
Yeah.
Networking.
Yep. Yeah, his dad was good friends with Richard Plepler, and that probably helped, along with the foreign pre-sales of Game of Thrones. Like, they actually admit the pilot failed, but because HBO had made so much money on the foreign pre-sales, they allowed us to reshoot the whole pilot.
Wow.
Like they literally admit it's insane. Like, one of these days I'll have to show you guys the Austin Film Fest quote video where you actually get to see them make some insanely awful comments.
I know that a lot about getting a job is bluffing your way through it.
Oh, they admit that. They admit that they bluffed their way through their interview.
They bluffed all their way through. But if you're going to bluff like that, then you got to make sure you at least know the basics of what you're talking about.
Oh, at the end of this, I'll show you something that kind of talks exactly like that. You almost predicted what they said line for line. However, they say, we've never done anything like this for TV or film or even internet before. So when we went to George, it was like that bluff where you think you have a straight, but you really don't. And we were just so confident that he allowed us. That is verbatim. I am not kidding. That is verbatim.
Fake it till you make it.
And he wrote a long email to Benioff and Weiss and the other producers announcing it is physically impossible to film the original ending. The field is unusable. So they filmed without a script for 3 days in the mud. That is, if we have 3 days of paid time left to use this farm to film on.
So do you know why they lost the original end? So can you guess why they lost the original ending and why those 3 days were critical?
Did he just say they didn't have a script?
Yeah.
So they filmed without a script. So what happened? So they did have a script, but the problem was they didn't have the ability to use the last bits of the script.
Oh, okay.
Do you know why those last 3 days were the ending? Because they were filming the battle in chronological order.
Why?
Because they wanted to enhance Kit Harington's performance so that they could win him an enemy.
No.
Without a script?
Why?
You think maybe you should lower your expectations a little bit? You have 3 days to film without a script and you're trying to get an Emmy?
So how it worked was they wrote the whole thing with the intent of it being a vanity project for Kit Harington, and that's why they filmed in chronological order. And towards the end, they were rained out, and so that shot where, like, Jon Snow's in the middle of the crush pile was a pickup shot that they filmed because they didn't have the ability to film the rest of the ending.
Jesus Christ.
They should have gone to an inside studio while they were rained out of the field and done it there. If they really wanted their ending, that's what they should have done. And then once the rain was over, they should have gone back out. And they... Green screens exist for this very reason.
Yeah, pretty much.
But
Yeah, they wanted to enhance Kit Harington because by the end he would have been tired and matted and dog tired, and that would have enhanced his performance. Kind of enforced method acting kind of thing.
What? You can't?
Nobody notices when you method act, though.
Yeah.
So the only way to act tired is to actually be tired?
Yeah, pretty much.
This is stupid.
That is
Yes,
dumb.
it-
The close-up shot.
Yes, this is.
Grappling in the mud.
I have no words for how stupid that is.
So you see why I have been begging Smud to cover this for weeks and
Yeah.
weeks.
And they're covering an extra credits thing right now.
I can see why.
This is dumb.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and this is their actual director saying this, and Benioff and Weiss have never come out contradicting this.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
This is.
there's more. There's so much more stuff that I haven't shown you guys.
Oh, I can't wait.
Not just in this video, but in other stuff as well. It's a horrible rabbit hole, but it's fascinating.
Oh, I'm so glad I never got into Game of Thrones. Oh, I'm so glad I dodged that bullet.
I'm glad I took one look and said, nope. Too gory, too bloody. No. Sorry.
Yep.
Oh god.
Filmed on these
All I
pickup
remember
lines,
is the
shots of
incest.
fighting in the mud. I said in the interview.
I mean, let's be honest here.
The Game of Thrones tagline. I remember the incest. Yeah. Yeah.
Incest is not.
It's just so unnecessarily over the top with everything.
Yeah.
The franchise is bad when the fans of it are making better products than you.
Yeah, this guy has
You
multiple.
could say that about every franchise nowadays, though.
Yes.
Yeah, like Terminate. I refuse to
Don't
see
even
Dark Fate.
get me started on Terminator. Don't even get me started.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have a wife. I sell drapes.
He would not go off and do that if John Connor was dead. He would not, because he'd have achieved his objective.
His objective was the reason. There's so much.
It
stuff.
was doomed from the start. The series should have ended after 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
3 was I have not seen it, but I've heard a plot rundown of 3, and it doesn't sound good.
With a good writer and a good director, they could have made something decent where they could have had a film or a TV show about what's his name? It was Kyle Reese and John Connor. There we go.
Yeah.
Kyle Reese and John Connor fighting in the war. They could have had a film about that, where it doesn't change anything about the story. It just shows you what they went through off screen. That would have been cool for the fans. And then that's it. Then you're done.
I watched the Terminator movies. I completely agree with you. That would have been absolutely cool. But no, we got something else. And then they gave us the shit that is dark.
Fates.
Dark fart. Dark fart. Let's go with that. Let's call it dark fart.
Yes, dark fart. Because, my god, that movie looks like a complete and utter trash fire.
Yeah, I
The
refuse.
first movie was
to see
beautiful,
it.
and the second movie was badass. They should have just left it the way it was. Look, the only reason I'm saying it would have been a cool idea if you get the right people to show the war is because they kind of teased us with the war in both movies.
Yeah.
More so
like
the
a
second
prequel
movie.
to getting Kyle Reese to the time machine. That's what we should have gotten for Terminator 3.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
and then
totally
that's it.
worked.
And then you're done. Terminator
Then you're
Zero, and then that's it. Then you're done.
Terminator Zero.
And
They
that
can
just for
fight.
the fans. Terminator Zero just for the fans.
Yes. Yes.
But no.
Alrighty. Let's
get back to
let's
D&D.
keep going. Yeah, let's keep doing it.
I
Yeah.
thought there's no way professional showrunners would accept such a disaster. I thought they were going to yell at me that they're not just going to let their original ending get thrown out.
But they did!
Filming the climax. They're not going to accept that this has to be filmed. I thought they'd be angry. But as he puts it, not 15 minutes later, he got an email back from Benioff and Weiss saying, it sucked not to be able to finish as scripted, but they also understood the crunch we were in and they trusted me and to have at it. Like, okay. They didn't even put up a fight. So, and they talk about this so much in the promo videos, that shot they're so proud of with John crawling through piles of men in the mud like Rebirth, that's just a hasty pickup shot they threw in to make use of their time. This is a filler shot because they couldn't film the original story stuff John was supposed to be doing. Stuff John was going to do at the end. This was re-edited.
I'm guessing they just spent those 3 days it was raining doing absolutely nothing instead of doing something productive.
They probably spent it just like the opening of Cat in the Hat.
Yeah.
The two kids sitting in front of the window, staring out.
And then Mike Myers' Cat in the Hat shows up.
Oh yeah.
And another good reason why they could have done, another good excuse for them to do to cover the war in a prequel, is that was what all the Nintendo games did. Because remember, Terminator 1, no, I'm serious, Terminator 1, I've studied the shit out of this. Terminator 1, all right, was around during the original Nintendo, and then there was a whole bunch of fucking Terminator games that were about him in the war, right? And then Terminator 2, right, on the fucking Sega Genesis or whatever the fuck it is. And then that had all shit from the war. And that never was shown. People wanted that shit. They were hungry. And then we get this? First of all, it's too little too late. And second of all, it's shit.
Yeah, and
what are you doing?
Wouldn't the original John Connor actor, the kid, be the right age to be in a movie about the war?
Maybe.
Wouldn't he?
Yeah.
But why would you do that when you can make a poor decision?
Yeah. So let's save the Terminator ranting for another time.
Yes.
Seriously.
Yeah. Since like much as Terminator was like a lot of Terminator was stupidly written, this is stupidly written and stupidly produced.
Yeah.
70 live horses. Benioff and Weiss constantly rant about how the Battle of the Bastards used 70 live horses. They're really proud of it. It's the largest cavalry charge in TV history, verging on a movie scale. This isn't something to be proud of. This was actually an unfilmable disaster, far beyond the scale they could hope to complete. Do you, off the top of your head, know what a reasonable number is for the upper limit of how many horses can be managed on a TV set?
About 4.
I didn't. I mean, so why did you think 70 was a reasonable number? Or even on a movie, like, is a dozen too many? Is 1,000 too many? Or 900, do you know? What makes you assume that 70 live horses is within that limit? Even for a massive...
They're not. I would say maybe 10 would be a reasonable upper limit. But certainly not 70.
Just record the writers writing forward multiple times, switch them up, get some different writers on there, put them on different horses, fix it in post, add it all in post. It'll look like a massive army.
Yeah, it will.
And it'd be way cheaper than having to care for 70 fucking horses.
And all you need to do that is like 5 to 10 horses with 5 on one side and 5 on the other, and then you can switch it.
Yeah, like it'd be way cheaper. Horses are expensive.
Yes,
I live out here in the farms, and I see horses all the time. A single horse, that'd be like, you're talking about $1,000, $2,000 each just for the use of the horse, not to mention the food, the care, the employees who are going to have to take care of it. Swear to God, if a horse steps in, person to ride it, and heaven forbid a horse steps into a like a small hole. Because
heaven forbid that happens, because
so they didn't take that into account, and that's one of the things why it took so long was because they had to smooth the ground over and over after each cavalry charge, just for continuity purposes.
So I live close to a horse track. A little horse track. I'm not sure if any of you have ever heard of it. It's called Churchill Downs. They are always smoothing over that track, even when there's no races scheduled. It's never stopping.
Yeah.
Jake the duelist for the win.
Yes. Let's make the duel. Anyway.
Let's continue.
Yeah, let's.
Why not 60? Why not 700? I'm telling you now, 70 horses is well above the number they could manage. People assume that because the producers chose to do something, if the cameras, but we see it in look, you can't knock down a wall.
So this is kind of this is a preview, I guess, for another one. So this is what they did in season 5, inserting it in a certain, I think, like midway through production. So choosing to film so they were limited to only like a week to a little over a week, like 2 days over a week, in terms of their filming for a 40-minute subplot.
Oh my god!
And they were writing it in the middle of production and just hastily inserting it in.
Oh, this is starting to feel like it was some college student night before exam something.
Oh, that's even an example that he used, because that's the analogy that Dragon Demands actually uses for David Benioff in terms of his writing process, because he's frequently up all night. Like he's up at night, like with a random burst of creativity that he'll hastily insert into the show.
No,
like he's admitted this.
No, you can't just add something in like that. I'm a novice writer, and I know that.
It reminds me of the very early filler from Dragon Ball Z, where they had to drag stuff out for entire episodes because they didn't have any material. Except here, they have the material to work with.
Yep.
Why?
Yeah, Dorn in the books is radically different than the Dorn in the show. They cut a lot of characters in order to like show off one of the actresses in an actual medieval palace, because that's what they wanted to do. That's why they did this. That's why they actually filmed in the Alcazar de Seville.
Oh my god.
Everything is really fragile. You can't film in the castle corridors to film a fight scene. They couldn't film at night. That's why it's not infiltrating during the night, but we're infiltrating during the day. And they're only allowed to film there 7 days. So
what? Again, why could they not make
use a palette shift?
Why couldn't they do it in the studio? Why couldn't they make sets and do it in the studio when they couldn't after their 7 days were over? Why? They would have enough time to make sure they knew exactly what was in that palace so that they could have props made.
It would have been cheaper to do it on a studio than trying to rent out a location like this.
Yeah. Again, they have no time management, and they don't seem to have any money management skills either.
And they'd be able to save the set for when they need it for different scenes.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
I never get rid of any of my old props, even the stuff that breaks, because I can use it again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and let's see. Adam Savage from Mythbusters still has a lot of the props that he used when they were making Mythbusters.
Yeah, but Adam Savage is good at his job, so.
Well,
yeah
that's true, but again, It's just proving the point. Because once you have a prop, unless it somehow gets broken and you can't fix it for some reason, you have that prop and the set forever.
Yep. They didn't film at night, and they didn't even think to do a palette shift on like a lens shift to make it look dark, because you can't physically film at night. Most of the night shots that you see are either in a studio or have a palette shift, because sometimes the camera can't pick up lights and pick up stuff at night. Like there's a very carefully lit set, like with Lord of the Rings, Helm's Deep. You see the light, like blue light all over, and that's because they carefully lit it so that you could see all the parts of the battle.
Yeah. Thank you, Agent Yokai.
Yeah.
Of course.
Zoss, yeah, D look
Oh gosh.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
It's like the people in Hollywood these days have
let's film
no
a medieval palace. They never occurred. Well, directors were constantly warning them. They ignored them too. It's this bizarre, warped parallel to that. But they kept pushing for, we got walking around in a real medieval palace. This will enhance your performance. What? Oh, well, we really like Ilaria. We really like Varma. They could have just put her on the small council in King's Landing. It has to be her in a real palace. It has to be 75.
Like I said,
it's like they have absolutely no confidence at all in their actors to be able to perform. They don't have any confidence.
Yep.
So what the
fuck?
It's like they don't understand how much money is. It's almost like they've had everything provided to them their entire life.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Let's keep going. It gets better. It gets better.
That's a lie.
Worse.
A 80 battle scene with 70 live horses. Sapochnik explained that they did a lot of film research of how cavalry charges had been done in classic movies, and decided that instead of distant aerial shots, they wanted something visceral and muddy, chaos on the ground, which is fine. And from what he was saying, that sounds filmable of what he wanted to do. The mud and chaos and terror on the ground instead of like beautiful sweeping aerial shots. That's fine. But even so, they were looking at classical movies that did it from the air. And they looked at a lot of classic Hollywood movies from like the 50s and 60s. And one of their biggest references, in both Sapochnik and Benioff and Weiss cite this by name as one of the big influences on it, was Akira Kurosawa's epic samurai film Ran from 1985. It's Japanese for chaos. It's like an adaptation of King Lear. It's from Akira Kurosawa's Ran. But the problem with using old school Hollywood movies through the 1980s as a reference for cavalry battles is that it's blatantly obvious that the stunt horses are really getting killed or maimed in the footage. So really, all the extensive research that Benioff and Weiss did on cavalry charge scenes from classic movies was...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean...
So all they did was they watched the movie. They didn't think about how did he achieve this.
No.
Yeah.
No animals were harmed in the making of this.
And even worse, 70 live horses. What would they have done if one of the horses had gotten injured? Or worse, one of the horses got injured while injuring an actor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a horse will cave in a person's skull. Come
Yes,
up too fast.
they
they'll kick
will. They're fast enough and they weigh enough that it would be very, very easy. I know. I've had a horse step on my toes.
Oh.
That hurts. It hurts a lot. I still have my toes, obviously.
Yeah, lucky.
Thank goodness.
And they didn't run over me. I just had my foot in the wrong place.
Mm-hmm.
So it was my fault. But what if my foot was my head?
Yeah.
Seriously.
You would have had a
all over
concussion at best. Yeah.
At worst,
these people
I'd
are
be
insane.
dead.
Yeah, these people are insane. These like either they are so utterly dumb that they think this is okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's continue, shall we?
It's really just looking at what they wanted to put in. Like, what looks cool in Kuro basically achieve this. They weren't thinking that way at all. They looked at it with the eyes of fans, not producers. That isn't research.
No,
But
that's not
when they rattled
research
off their
at all.
original outline to Sapochnik and showed him Kurosawa, he scrutinized the footage with the eyes of a professional director, examining how it was physically produced, or asking, how would I achieve this through camera work and stunt work? And he says he could tell horses were being actually maimed in battle sequences. Here's his quote about Kurosawa. Often when the horses would go down, you can kind of tell they got really hurt. And nowadays, you'd never get away with that.
Nope.
That they could
Never.
do things in those films you
Mhm.
can't do now because they could maim horses. Quite recently, in 2012, which is during the run of Game of Thrones, began in 2011, HBO canceled.
Blue's right. Their liability lawyers were sweating, that's for sure.
There's a story that you really can't hurt or films that predate those safety. Very careful for the animal safety. And you're using films that predate those safety codes as what you thought you were physically capable of doing.
Uh-huh. They didn't do
Nope.
research.
What's really
Not physically.
About a film of cavalry
Mhm.
charge while officially not harming any stunt horses is, of course, Braveheart from 1995. And I am stunned they didn't reference this as an example. He won the Oscar. Many fantasy series use it as a reference. George R.R. Martin referenced it as one of his favorite films. So many things reference Braveheart, and it has a big cavalry charge in it. Now, watch a clip of the cavalry charge in Braveheart. You really need to see this and pay attention to every frame when the camera shifts angles. See the links below. Braveheart had to very carefully expend a lot of time training horses to make trust falls, stage falls onto sand traps that are hidden from view, and very artfully editing using prop horses. It's a mechanical sled that propels the dummy horse forward, so it looks like it's moving. It's not a real horse. And even the animal rights groups were fooled. It was famously, people were, their editing job was so good that people swore there's no way you'd film that without killing a horse or harming a horse. But they invited the people on, search for the interviews on this. It's a whole interesting story that they invited people to set their studio, showed them the editing process, the raw footage showing, see, this is a clip of, that's actually the dummy horse. And next slide.
If they could do this in 1995, then DB and Weiss could have done this when they were
long tracking shot of that first.
Yeah, in
Oh God,
2016.
they're such idiots. They are so stupid. What they should have done, if they wanted that kind of scene, is that they should have gone to the people who did Braveheart, and they should have hired the entire crew.
It gets better. Just wait.
It would
Oh,
be
we're gonna get a horse hurt, aren't we?
These are men on live horses.
It's
And
gonna
be a
the
horse.
instant they shift camera angles and run the sled, but it's a fraction of a second. It's intercut, so your eye makes the connection that you watch the clip and do the motion. I can't tell that's not a real horse because it happens too fast. So just looking at that clip and realize these are horses doing carefully choreographed stage falls being encouraged. When they add in the sound effects of people yelling, it's actually a very safe environment. So, and this took a lot of time to plan out very carefully, and this was held up as a shining example of how to film a horse charge the right way, satisfying.
And of
all
course,
the
they had
animal
to do
rights people.
voiceovers
No
because
animals
if
were
you
harmed,
did that with
and
the
it was
horses
just
actually
triumph
there,
of
you'd
planning
scare them.
and set and stunt work and set design. Now, I'll tell you right now, Sapachi knew of this, so eventually in the final version, they actually used something similar on this in the Battle of the Bastards itself. But I'm saying Benioff and Weiss didn't know this existed, or I don't think they did, or they didn't take it into account.
No, they didn't know. You're giving them a bit too much credit.
Video on the making of the Battle of the Bastards. I'm going to refer to it a couple of times in here because Sapochnik also said stuff in that. And these two shots here, this is not a live horse. This is a prop horse. It's a live actor on a dummy horse. You can see the sled is moving him forward. And as the horse gets stabbed, it's a fake horse, the prop springs backward and he gets flung off of it. This is the dummy horse thing, the props. And this is something you have to carefully set up and plan. And you can't just run around and do it. And they didn't factor any of that setup into their original mental guess of, oh, it'll take like 12 days. Because they didn't think of how long it takes to set up a lot of careful, you never actually see it pierce it. And what's weird is cast and crew on Game of Thrones, because it's this big medieval series filming in the British Isles. Cast and crew.
Mm-hmm. They had cast and crew from Braveheart in it, and they didn't talk to them.
Oh, for Pete's sake! They actually had the people they needed to achieve what they wanted, and they didn't even ask. I want to get my hands on him so I can shake him for being such an idiot. You had a golden opportunity. You did, and you passed it up because you had no fucking clue.
Dang, you mad?
Oh my god.
So, thoughts from the panel. I've already this is basically so asinine that it's amazing that nobody reported on this.
I feel nothing.
This is so dumb. I started looking in the recommended videos on the stream, and I thought about trying to click them, and then I realized, wait a minute, I'm not on YouTube. That's why I see my own stream being promoted.
I feel like to go down this rabbit hole, I could use a shot of tequila. You know what? I could use 4 shots of tequila.
I don't drink, and I'm right next to you.
I want a full glass of wine. That's what I want.
I could have gone watch Smudcast.
God, like Drake the Duelist. Yeah, Drake the Duelist.
See, this is far more stupid than I thought. Oh my god.
Yep. This is insane.
CGI to everything but the horses.
Why? Yeah, why? Why would you do everything but the horses?
I'm surprised they didn't CGI the faces.
Oh,
Are you kidding? The CGI faces from back then would have been SOD breaking.
Well, that's the thing. They would have broken their track record of just showing off actors' faces. They just want the faces. All they care about is the faces.
Crew were in Braveheart. I mean, James Cosmo, Jorah Mormont, another one, Rupert Vansittart, who plays Lord Royce. He was the English Lord. I mean, obviously not when they were on the field actually filming it, but last season, in season 5, they never thought to ask, hey, we're thinking of doing a big cavalry charge next season, and we haven't even made an outline yet, but maybe we should ask some of the cast and crew who were on Braveheart, hey, how long did it take to set up your cavalry charge, and what kind of physical limitations were there? From
Ooh,
people who were
Chanthro.
in Braveheart,
Bye,
instead
Say
Blue.
Mahler, but
instead of
is
using
it
Braveheart,
possible he was too easy on them in his GOT videos? I didn't
Yep.
watch those, but I'd say he was probably too easy on them.
I'm wondering
yes.
how they managed to not ask him.
They probably never even bothered to look at their
You
references.
had to accidentally have a conversation at some point.
Did
It's
they?
gonna
Or
come
did they
up.
just go, yeah, done, yeah, done, yeah, done. They probably just took like a big pile of papers off the top of the stack and go, here's our backup actors. I
Yeah.
guarantee they probably didn't even look at where these people came from. There's like, okay, we need actors. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how
It's like
bad they're
impressive how
managed so far.
sociopathic their decisions are.
I mean, this is like this battle is supposed to be a huge event in the show, right?
Yes, this is
Yeah.
this is the season 6 climax.
This is the
climax.
climax.
So this is something that you planned in season 4, right?
They
For
did not
Pete's
plan it
sake.
out. They did not. They actually
Just saying, you have the guys right here. Put the sandwich down and ask them questions.
You
I'm
have
serious.
them! You
What
have
situation
them!
can you be in to justify not doing that? I'm impressed. How did they manage to not ask? I would have accidentally figured it out.
Realize.
Yeah. So yeah, I told you, this is why I wanted to cover this, because this is utterly insane. I knew this would get an insane reaction.
This is dumb.
Yeah.
Oh my
Stupid. Why? Why would they go for the older films when they have some that are much more recent and actually follow the laws that they now have to follow when it comes to animals and people?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
part is an example. Oh no, we used a movie from the 90s. So the big takeaway from all this: horses to make stage falls, and or plan out camera work to fake around dummy horses. On top of that, Braveheart was a movie. It had more time to plan this out. It wasn't just one season to the next on a show. And also, even then, Braveheart didn't really show cavalry versus cavalry, crashing into each other, close quarters combat with horses. You see this column of English, you watch the clip, you see a column of English cavalry gracefully charging down a field, but you don't see them fighting anything. Ask yourself, is the horse physically being accosted by anything? And then just as the stunt horses ride up to the spear wall, they stop, the camera stops rolling, and then the other cameras come in and impale the dummy horses. That the stunt horses never actually ran into people who were waving swords around trying to fight them. It was just visual trickery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Benioff and
You
Weiss
can
are ignorant of
Do
all of this.
anything with a visual
They just
trickery.
wrote what would look cool to them.
Okay.
And the craziest thing,
Let's pause this. Take a look at what's up on the screen.
Are they sitting on money?
Yes, they are sitting.
Oh my god! What? No!
These are the people who call us privilege.
Yeah. So let's take a look at they were ignorant of all of the trickery and stuff. They were also unaware that it is officially illegal for two horses to even touch on screen in the UK for fear of them colliding.
Well, I think I knew that.
Yeah. But the thing is, you're not showrunners on a 6-year Emmy level winning show.
Show won awards. That's 2 awards.
What happened?
they went nuts with power after season 4 when all of the praise for the Red Wedding.
We do see Dee Dee sometimes on location, but they seem very aloof, like nodding, thinking, get it done. Very much out of touch. Bunch of idiots.
Yeah. So here's kind of the thing. They were there for a while on night shoots because they didn't know better, and then eventually they said, "Oh, maybe we'll back up like Homer Simpson and just maybe nobody will notice." And they ended up not showing up for any night shoots in season 8 or season 7, I believe.
Oh.
They literally admit this in the Austin Film Fest, like on camera.
You could write a sitcom about this.
They are in
Spring-
charge. They're supposed to be there, aren't they?
Yeah, I would imagine that they are, at least to show up.
So not showing up at all means
Also they filmed in.
that's basically admitting that they have no control over the set because they're not there to stop anything if anything goes wrong.
Also, there's the issue of in season 8 they filmed the Battle of Winterfell during the winter, not realizing that the porta potties and other utilities would
You're kidding me.
Oh
Nope, I am not kidding.
not even George Lucas was that dumb when he was working on Empire. They were all holed up in a hotel, and the only time they were ever out in the snow was when the actors had to be out in the snow. That was the only time they were ever out there. That was the only time they were ever cold. And as soon as they were done, they had hot chocolate waiting for them.
Yeah, Yokai, I am not kidding you. I am not kidding you.
Oh my god.
Like, I'm 100% serious, dude.
Oh, Drake the Duelist has yet another very good point. Don't know if they have to be there, but how can you care so little about your work, your vision, that you choose not to show up?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could maybe understand them not being there all day, but I would expect them to be there for a couple hours every day they're filming.
Yeah,
A couple hours!
Also, the director was there. The director, Miguel Sapachis, was there for several night shoots. I think probably because they actually had fewer directors in season 8 than they did in any other season of the show. Because there were fewer episodes.
That does not surprise me one bit.
But also because of the night shoots. So during, as it was getting over, the Miguel Sapochnik's daughter contracted scarlet fever, and he was so dead exhausted when he got the news right after he got finished with a day of filming that he barely got to the hospital on time.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is what they're supposed to be there to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Someone should have noticed that she'd gotten sick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wasn't on. It was actually I think he had to take a plane ride to get to her.
Why was there not an emergency paramedics on standby?
Well, so this was on. So this was in another state while he was in another country. His daughter got sick, and he had to quickly jump on a plane to get over to see her.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Sapochnik also said this in a separate interview with the New York Times. Benioff and Weiss were unaware when they made this outline, when they made this original draft script. He said they didn't know it's officially illegal in the United Kingdom for two horses to even touch on screen in a way it looks like combat for fear of collision. That it isn't just the practicality of or oh no, the animal rights people might make a stink. They've already got laws in place saying you legally can't do that with a stunt horse. It's not
So
just a
wait,
matter of
I've got a
you'd
question
rather
then.
you didn't.
Okay.
If that's true, then how do they film the jousting scenes? I know that those horses can't touch, but you've still got to hold stuff.
So with
So-
with the jousting, there is a special fence in between the two riders that prevents them from touching.
Yes, that's what I'm remembering.
Yeah. There's also kind of the thing of there's actual because there's actual jousting in our world, like at Renaissance fairs that happen, they will often use professional jousters to fill in for the people while they're actually jousting, so that no horses or people get harmed. They'll probably also use wire rigging and CGI it out in order to make sure that nobody gets hurt.
Yeah, because falling off a horse can hurt a lot.
Yeah.
I've never fallen off a horse myself, thank God, but I've heard it's very painful.
I have, and yes, it is. Your breath leaves you rapidly.
Rights groups have had laws passed forbidding this, and it's not that they want to. They just I didn't know that. But then you should research that before you make this grand outline and force it on other people.
Yeah.
Yes.
You should.
So the original draft script that Benioff and Weiss showed to Sapochnik featured extended close combat sequences involving dozens of live horses. Not just, and in a segment here or a segment there, we'll show a few horses fighting just all 70 horses.
Morons.
So imagine Sapochnik going through this first draft script, page after page, and with each one realizing, just saying to himself, stunt horses can't do that. And they specify these are real horses. This isn't CGI. In some ways, it's not unlike training a human extra for a battle scene, but it takes longer. It's like when you give human extras real sharp swords, prop swords, you don't just work doesn't work. It accepts that their word or a piece caved in. So someone is going to lose a nose. Someone will get their face caved in. So you need to budget time to train the extras. That's why stunt work is a department. And horses need as much time to be trained to do simple things. It takes that long to train a human to do a complex sword fighting sequence. Well, a horse being an animal, it takes that long to train it how to fake fall on stage. The training to make stage falls takes time for horses because they're an animal. Or carefully planning out the camera trickery with the camera work and it will intercut it with a prop horse at the last second. This isn't something you can just fake your way through really quickly.
Nope.
Well, so it's not impossible. It's impossible on this time scale. So literally, it isn't to trains. Time to train horses to balls. Time to care.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to make sure they're fed. You can't overwork them, just like with humans or any other animal. They need a place to stay. You cannot put two horses to a single stall. That would be
awful.
Yeah.
And they poop everywhere.
Yes. So not only do you need a place to keep them, but you need to hire people to look after them. Not just train them. So you need.
You can't just tie it to a tree and go to bed.
No, you can't.
That ironically only works in the movies.
Yeah.
They would get hypothermia. That's why there are coats. You put a coat over the horse and make sure that
it's blanket. It's called a blanket.
Yeah. You put a blanket over the horse. You don't just leave it there, or you try to find a tree so that the horse doesn't get soaked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
last second. And here we have a shot of this as horses pretending to run at each other on set and then making stage falls. This takes weeks to train them to do. So basically, Sapochnik calculated all the specifics to train for or plan each shot in the script, and that's how he got to his very specific researched estimate that this will take 42 days to film. That long to plan out the stage falls, the camera work, that you have to set up things, train horses. This isn't something you can just point a camera at it and say, go. And alternatively, if you wanted to go faster, you need to use CGI horses. You can just kill on screen without needing to train things so they're not really killed.
Or worry about pesky
But
PETA.
Benioff and White were very insistent on this point, and fixated on this point. They wanted...
Mm-hmm. They wanted live horses during these stunts.
But Daddy, I want a pony.
Please get me a pony, Daddy.
I want a pony. I want one now.
Now I'm having flashbacks to the Maggie May Fish-ish stream.
Oh God, no!
Don't remind me of that.
Oh no! I already told Smut he wasn't allowed to cover any more of her videos. She is so horrible. Oh.
See, people? If another lady says it's terrible, it ain't.
Yeah. That's another point. I think you also have to stop them from overfeeding.
Yes.
Because horses have a gluttony instinct. They will eat as much as they can whenever they can because food is sometimes hard to find.
Yes. Yeah. And that is why their stalls come with feeders. You fill the feeder.
Yeah, with small feeders.
And let them eat that. And that's all they get in the morning. And then I think you fill it again in the evening for dinner.
Is usually how I'll feed the animals, yeah. Unless you let them go out and graze on their own.
Yeah.
They go and eat the gaze.
Yes.
Your laugh is sweet. I love it.
Thank you.
Well, that was the crow snipping. Put that on the bingo board.
Yeah, he's simping. He's simping.
So friends better watch out.
Still more bad stuff to come.
Oh God. What if this is what they do? What would they have done with the Force?
Sorry.
I don't know. I don't want to find out either.
Real space horsies.
Why horses doing these stunts? Not just
God, don't remind me. That was actually in Rise of Skywalker, wasn't it?
Yep. 70 live horses. This hasn't been done on TV before. So there were months of arguing over.
No, that's wrong.
Arguing, you need to see reason. But they kept just waving warnings aside and telling the directors that you'll find a way. And again, this is exactly the same as what happened to Dorn in season 5. Check out my longer video on it. Directors warning, screaming at them for months at a time. I'm paraphrasing both the Sapochnik and Benioff and Weiss here, but can't buy time.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
Now,
because time is money. And the more time you take, the more it costs to get something done.
Military strategy in the Battle of the Bastards of how realistic was it. And a lot of people are commenting on this. They said, we used the Battle of Cannae with Hannibal as a reference. But
not
as multiple analysts pointed out, Hannibal at the Battle of Cannae employed a double pincers movement using his cavalry as the pincers. Infantry can't move fast enough to encircle the enemy's rear lines. That's why you use cavalry. So why the heck did Ramsay Bolton make a double envelopment using his infantry and not his cavalry? That isn't Cannae.
I knew something was wrong.
Specifically revealed in the original draft script.
Exactly.
Day one, not the shooting script. The Houghton cavalry indeed close the double encirclement, as it can I, and proceed to get into a grueling close quarters melee, a living crush pile. Okay, think back, really think back to the human.
And we just watched that.
Did they? What?
Hmm?
Oh my god. They used the slow moving infantry to try to box in
Yes,
Roger.
they did. Yes. Yes. That's exactly what they did.
There we go.
That's a waste of men. Men are
Yeah,
Yes,
I like
it
that
is.
better.
Simping. Oh, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
We lost
He's gone.
He's done. It finally killed him. He's done.
Welcome to the Yo Pro Champion show.
Oh wow.
Oh dear.
Oh my god. That is. Oh my. I was.
Horrible? Absolutely
Should've-
horrible?
I should have never clicked the link. I could have left at any time. I'm here for the long haul.
I'm sorry,
You
you're
did this
stuck
to
with us now.
yourself.
But yes, they used infantry to do the job of cavalry. They did what? I would ask what were they thinking, but they obviously were not.
Well, remember, this is a scene written by the same people who have a cavalry charge and trebuchet set up outside the walls
Oh, good lord.
into an army of undead that grows every time it kills.
Ah,
Oh, and then the really smart guy.
that is
decided-
not how you fight the zombie apocalypse, you morons!
Oh, and then the really smart guy went, "Let's hide in the catacombs." That
Yeah,
one.
no, that won't work.
No, that scene alone, that could have been a really cool, touching scene for maybe Jon Snow. Like, wait a minute, we got catacombs under this. We need to burn those bodies before they can be raised up from the dead. And it could be a tough choice between, do I disgrace my lineage and oh my god, it's bad that I can come up with a better scene in just a few seconds. Then,
Yeah. Ugh.
Mark in 3D, hi. What did you do? What did
I
you
don't think Gary Stu is here.
No, I think Gary Stu went to bed. I don't know. He bounced on our live stream. He just kind of vanished and he never came back up. Oh god.
That would make sense then.
Yeah. Tell you what, you all need to go watch Chad's new video. You want to watch something actually good.
Which is that one?
Chadiversity.
He's
No,
pretty
which-
great.
He's really good. He does a lot of historical accuracy with medieval weaponry.
Yeah, he does. I'm already subscribed to him.
Yeah.
I would absolutely love to back the video project, but it's on effing Kickstarter.
Yeah.
It's on Kickstarter, who has hashtag Black Lives Matter right under their logo.
Yeah.
No.
So does every other company in existence.
Very much right now.
The last thing you want to do in a political climate like this is defund the police. That's the last thing
Well, yeah, that's common sense.
to do.
It's a no dumb. It's a bro moment.
Yeah, like
It's a schmuck movement.
My
Hey,
dad's-
he returned.
oh
Yeah.
yay, hi Dan.
Speaking of schmucks,
Yeah.
I'm just fucking with you.
Yes. Yeah, I am a schmuck. I don't know what happened.
Devil stole your internet gas.
I think he did. Yeah.
He was in the chat on my stream and he said like hi twice and then he disappeared. He must have realized I don't have any.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
remember when Mahler said that anybody who knows about military tactics would have an aneurysm at the last battle of the White Walkers. Well, he wasn't wrong.
Oh,
Well, this was just as bad. Like originally,
No.
I'm sorry I'm sorry I probably missed the rant about like how like they originally wanted 70 live horses charging around that thing, that crush pile.
no. Why would you do that to animals?
Why would you do that twice?
Why would you do that to people?
Yeah, because
I don't want
horses
to be
may
involved
herd
in that.
animals. Horses may be herbivores and herd animals, but they're still very dangerous. They weigh upwards of 1,000 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
And that
Yeah.
can cave a skull in if you're not careful.
Yeah.
All this stuff
Yep.
going around, the camera swinging about, the swords, the people screaming, the shouting. Yeah, a horse is going to easily get spooked in this situation. It's a miracle nobody died during this.
Yeah, it is a
no
miracle.
kidding.
Yeah.
Ugh.
What proof that God exists? Benioff and Weiss didn't kill somebody at the Battle of the Bastards.
Oh yes, yes, that alone should be proof that we have a God, and
Yeah.
a God that is merciful.
Yes, he clearly is. Yeah. Let's look, watch this.
He stopped talking again.
Thought they could do this.
Did we lose
Benioff
him
and
again?
Weiss thought
Oh,
they could
sorry.
do this with 70 stunt horses and actors.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
Bring it back.
Oh,
Yep.
no,
One actor
you can't
each,
do
right, 150 people.
that.
Plus all the people who. It's okay, Neph Champion.
Mm.
It'll be over
No,
soon.
it's not.
No, it's
There's-
not.
Yeah. There's more to come.
Ugh.
Of course there is.
When they're encircled, there's
Thought you said
piles
God
of
was
men
merciful.
pushing
Look
into
at
each other
this.
and trampling each other. Benioff and Weiss thought
The
they could
animal
do
lover
this
in
with
me is
70
cringing.
live
Saying that while you're staring the devil in
running
the
around
face.
with stuntmen and actors, shouting and waving weapons at each other. And you know what, the horses were in panic. This is all you can teach a horse this choreography. 70 of them at once, and none of them will get hurt. This is crazy.
You're dreaming if you
Imagine
think
how
that's
chaotic-
possible.
Back to how chaotic that
yeah.
human crush scene was.
It's like if you give
And
a
imagine-
6-year-old way too much money, like $1 million. The
This
kid's
is-
6.
Yeah. Like
He
you
wasted
remember what
all
we
his
saw.
candy.
Yeah, you remember like that scene where everybody's like all in a mess and those guys are moving forward. That was originally cavalry.
Yeah.
They thought they could do this with 70 live stunt horses and actors.
Oh.
I was having a good day, Don.
I knew this was going to be fun. I was looking forward to this.
Yeah, I get the feeling that this is going to be well liked because like you're not even fans of the show and you're just like, what?
This is
Yeah.
ridiculous. My sister-in-law loves this show.
Yeah. I
You
used
see
to like
shit,
this
you know it's
show.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do know it's shit when people who have never seen the show before are going, this is shit! What the hell were they thinking?
Yep. Yeah. It's utterly nuts. And it was
doing it
Well-
with, intermixed with 70 live horses.
well, guys are running
In the
waving a
actual
sword
battle, the
around
horse charge ends fairly quickly
with
at
the
beginning.
horses
I mean,
running through
it's
this
this
through.
giant cavalry charge at the beginning, but they get killed off fairly quickly. And then the melee part is mostly infantry. That was going to use horses even throughout the rest of it. It's crazy.
What? Oh my god, these people, they have no... Forget tactics. They... What? Did they have a rock behind between the ears? Really? I'm not sure we have air. Oh. Oh.
So yeah, this is the this is what they didn't realize. So you're like that scene. Imagine it with horses running through that with a bunch of stuntmen waving their swords around trying to kill each other while a bunch of horses run around.
This is like something Hank Hill's neighbors would do.
Why would you run your cavalry into the force? It's just head on.
Yeah.
Did you throw your fastest moving infantry away? It's just gone.
So with this, I would say that this is probably the most mad I've seen Yokai. Definitely Neph, and definitely.
No, I'm not mad.
You haven't seen my Batman takes then.
Wow.
Crow was madder at Artemis Fowl. I know that.
I was mad about this. This just disappoints me.
I'm not angry. I'm disappointed.
I'm just confused.
Yeah,
I'm impressed by their talent at making terrible decisions. At what point do you accidentally figure out how sick you are?
Well,
at what point do you look at horses next to porta potties and say, "Gee, maybe I made a bad decision here"? At what point do you ask yourself that question? When does it happen?
I mean,
apparently it never did.
All you need.
Apparently, no. So they're too busy thinking about a franchise where the main character's sucking cow tit. Are you kidding me?
Sea cow tit. It's a sea cow tit.
Correction.
Get it right, Yokai?
Is that supposed to make it less disturbing?
Correction.
No.
No, it's not a cow. It's actually a man of schmuck. That makes it worse. You're making it worse.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be okay with it now. It's even more shit. I'm just like, this is shit. You're like, actually, Kyle, it's only wet shit. I don't care.
It's shit. Shit is shit. It can look.
My name got leaked now.
You can polish it, but polished shit is still shit.
Yeah.
People don't get that.
Well, they're not polishing it. They're making it worse. They're like, what if we piss on this shit? Maybe now they'll like it.
Yeah. Let's keep going. Let's talk about the other things. Like this is pretty.
Didn't know.
This is fairly
and you need to
This is fairly like clear. Like teams have to reset it after the charge.
Yeah, you gotta calm all those horses down,
Mm-hmm.
and then you do it again.
And they have to re-gravel it. So and it takes 25 minutes to reset.
That is such a waste of time. If they just CG'd the horses, they could have been done with the Battle of the Bastards in half the time.
What am I talking about?
I think Yokai's getting drunk.
No, I'm not. You don't want to see me drunk.
I've never been drunk, thank God.
I'm actually oddly sophisticated when I'm drunk.
Sophisticated drunk.
Daniel and Weiss had never produced a major TV show before, much less worked with horses. So they didn't draw on their extensive work experience or something when they overruled and ignored Sapochnik's estimates of how long production would take. And this crazy quote from just last November where Benioff just casually rattling off in an interview, when we started the show, we had no production experience. We didn't know anything about cast.
Mm-hmm.
This is... Break the duelist has got a good saying. Polish yonder turd, And a turd it shall remain.
Yep.
I mean, am I crazy here? Please tell me if I've said something that isn't true.
Well, thing is, everything you've said was true. And here's the thing: everything he's saying is true. I have the clip of where they say this.
Oh.
Yep.
We went into it with no experience in television whatsoever. We didn't have any production experience. They're making it sound like we should be surprised.
Yeah.
So we
I'm
came
not.
in kind of knowing how we wanted to write. No, you didn't. But not knowing anything about the casting process. That's true. The editing process, yeah. Work with visual. Yeah, you didn't know nothing.
You didn't know anything
We
at
didn't
all.
know anything that you need to know. That's what they said. Look what it says. We didn't know blah blah blah. Any of the stuff that you need to know.
Uh-huh.
Somebody else did the first 4 seasons.
So it's been a steep learning curve.
I'm
They-
Is
convinced.
that what you want to call it?
One of the best gaff quotes from the Austin Film Fest is saying that, Game of Thrones was kind of like an expensive film school to us.
They used Game of Thrones as a film school? They didn't
Well,
actually go to
what
film
did they
school?
learn?
No, they didn't go to film school, but
Nothing!
he
Did you go to film?
If it's an expensive film school, I take it you learned something. What did you learn? How to be somewhat less retarded?
Oh no, they got worse. They actually got worse. They got worse at they got worse as time went
power
on.
went to
I mean, the
their
last
head.
few days
That's
of school,
why.
you didn't show up.
And then, even before they finished Game of Thrones, crazy Kennedy went over to them and said, "Hey, you want to do Star Wars?" And then they started counting the money they'd get from Star Wars instead of focusing on finishing their current project, which made it suffer even more than it already was.
Mm-hmm.
I am so glad that we will never, ever see any Star Wars movies from these two.
Yep. Dr. Crow, you had something to say?
I am 100% convinced at this point that somebody else did seasons 1 through 4. Because these two were not on that set. They were off at some parties, not crack off some award. That's what they were doing. And then that person quit because he was tired of dealing with their shit. And then they had to go, oh shit, and we guess we gotta work now.
Yeah.
would not surprise me at all.
So actually, here's the interesting thing.
Oh my god, am I right?
Jesus
So
Christ.
they actually, it was just them writing season 1.
Just
Yeah, okay.
Just them.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, all right.
them.
Oh,
Yeah.
they had George R.R. Martin's work.
Yeah, they had George. Yeah, and George has actually worked on TV pilots. But one thing that they thought was they thought they actually ran over budget for season 1.
That does not surprise
And-
me in the least. They have
and
no
so-
other management skills.
And so they weren't able to film the battle they were hoping to film. So they had, I think, like 40 minutes short of the usual episode, like 40 minutes of the usual series length. So they had to film a lot of like other scenes in order.
They had to film a lot of people saying something and then looking at them.
Pretty much, yeah. Like they inserted a bunch of scenes, like Jamie, like Robert Baratheon and Cersei Lannister. That was a shot thing that they inserted later because they didn't have enough material to make a full season.
Isn't an episode of Game of Thrones like an hour long?
Yeah,
Something like that.
They were a whole episode short.
yeah.
Not
So-
surprising, considering these two were rookies.
Not even
And the
rookies.
greenest-
They were.
They
Yeah.
were the greenest people you could possibly come by when it came to film when they started this.
And this is so. Keep in mind, this is 6 years into filming. They started.
6 years and they didn't learn anything.
George R. R. Martin must have carried the whole thing.
I
Up until they ran out of
on this.
material.
There's some other strange person out there who has a natural talent gift, probably like that person who can never catch their lucky break, working as like their secretary or something, looking at the script, seeing these two idiots bumble about, and then rewriting it in the background.
Well, the thing is, so like Brian Cogman, he was actually like he was their assistant, and they gave him like an episode to write first in season 2, I think, after he'd kind of been helping them with season 1. But the thing was,
and he didn't have any experience doing that, if I remember correctly.
yeah, he's an actor.
Not a writer, an actor.
Yeah, he said like literally like it's you don't really do that, and yet they ascended me from their coffee boy essentially to executive producer.
Yeah, they don't have anything between their ears. They really don't. They didn't learn anything.
Which episode did you write, by the way?
He's actually written some of the better ones, like Night of the Seven
Talk about
That's what I was waiting for. Yeah.
Yeah. Like he's credited with writing the last good episode, but also in his commentary he actively mocks people who are complaining about plot armor in the show.
Oh my god. So
he's kind of a jackass. So yeah, he's kind of a jackass. And I will show the
Don't need to be nice to be a good writer.
Yeah. I think like at some point I'm definitely going to be showing like you guys more of this stuff because I want you to see your reactions to a lot of the things they've said.
Yeah, because why be a good actor when you can be a dick? Sorry, writer. No, you know what? Actors are dicks too. Fuck them.
I'm married.
And I'm assuming that I am sure your wife is a very happy woman.
Yes, I'm sure she is.
Let's go with that.
Very happy and satisfied woman.
Yes.
Let's go with that.
Humility and humbleness, and started being. And I didn't even know how to film with cameras. And, like, you sound unqualified.
Exactly.
And now, really,
Yes.
I don't expect TV and movie directors to have special effects, costume, your sound editor, or set construct actual. I don't expect them to know how to do that intimately, personally. You delegate it to experts. But when
And
a
these
director
guys
gives
don't know
you
how
an
to do
official
that.
estimate on how
Nope,
long
they
production
don't.
takes, you believe him. That's your job as a director, to heed your department heads. So when the horse guy on staff tells you,
Mm-hmm.
This is how long it takes to train horses to do the stunts, and I can't make them learn it any faster. You believe him!
Yep.
Instead, they went, nope, we don't believe you. Obviously, that's what they did.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You need 7 days minimum to teach horses to do one thing. To teach them multiple things, you need to have at least 1 week for each thing you need to train them to do.
Mm-hmm.
And horses are kind of stupid.
Yeah, stupid. Yeah.
They're not exactly known for their
Benioff and Weiss
geniuses.
asked the horse experts
Mm-hmm.
how
So,
long
yeah,
it would
this
take
is what
to
they're
get
saying.
live horses to do these stunts.
The horse
The
experts.
horse experts responded, no less than 6 weeks. Benioff and Weiss, who have zero experience with horse stunt work, then insisted, find a way to make it 2 to 4 weeks. They kept insisting on this for a couple of months. Now, a major conclusion I've drawn from reviewing all of these interviews and behind-the-scenes videos, it's not so much at Benioff.
Yep.
They insisted on it for 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 months. So for about 4 to 6 weeks, they kept saying, make it 2 weeks.
For months, yes.
For the amount of time they bitched about it was the amount of time it would take to train the horses.
Yeah.
They should have just shut up. They should have just shut up, said, okay, we'll allot the time. And
The crow be pimping.
Instead of arguing over it for as long as it would have taken to teach the horses to do what they needed the horses to know, they should have just said, okay, you're the expert, we'll let you deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't do that.
You know, I'm listening for it. I'm starting to get why people confuse me with Dunn. Because our voices sound very similar,
Yeah,
and our avatars look similar.
same voice guy. Yeah.
Yeah. We both have very similar low registers. Let me change my avatar real quick.
I need someone to love.
Oh, no one's confusing us right now, but sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes.
It happens to me when you guys are on stream and I'm listening.
Yeah, like
to it at
sometimes
work.
Dunn isn't there, and people think I'm him.
Yeah. Okay, I admit it, I did that. I'm sorry.
You'll be fine. It's all right.
Totally fine. Oh, Drake the Duelist. That's fun. I recognize this.
How exactly do you train horses faster? Threats of a bottle of glue?
Yeah, that isn't exactly how it works.
Yeah, no. Horses are
They're
not
going up to the
strong
guy. They're saying, look, I'll pay you double if you can levitate.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's like, look, you can pay me quadruple. I still can't levitate.
You can
Yeah.
pay me $1 million and I can't do it.
I would love to do it, but I can't. You think I want to be out here for 2 months training horses? No. In the cold, shitting in a fucking porta potty? Nobody wants that. Nobody
That's
wants
frozen.
that.
That's frozen.
Yeah.
Smells like horse shit.
You think the guy's making it? You really think the guy living in a fucking porta potty is making up how long it's gonna take? You really think he's thrilled to be hanging out over there?
No.
He wants it done as fast as possible.
And the only reason they want this many horses is because nobody's done it yet.
Yeah, but
The
there's
reason
another reason.
nobody's done it yet is because everyone knows that it's not feasible to do it.
Yeah. Also, like, there's this.
I don't even mind all this, but then they want record-setting 32 Emmy nominations for record-setting stupidity. Amazing! They want gold statues too. Delusional.
Very good,
Yes.
Mr. Thorpe. Very good.
I need a drink.
Christ are living in a
You're
I
a
need several.
moron.
by yes men, which is what a lot of us assumed. As they are in a bubble of their own minds and ego, they are willfully ignoring the direct warnings about their poor time management decisions from all of their department heads.
Mm-hmm.
This is the director of the episode warned you about this directly in no uncertain terms, and you ignored him.
Not only did you ignore him, but you ignored everyone else who was telling you the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and he's literally saying, look at this. He's saying, I'm not going to bother sending you the schedule because it's not going to happen. He's
Yeah.
actively saying
Okay,
this.
look, I would love to come on here. You know, I'm sitting here with my legs crossed, and I would love to be like the aristocrat that's like smoothly saying how bad this is, but wow, this is shit.
Yeah,
I want to
it's
come
a-
on here, act like literature devil, you know, but this is fucking shit. I'm sorry. I gotta say it. There ain't no sugarcoating it. This is shit.
No one has ever completed an Olympic figure skating while on fire before.
Drake the Duelist for the win. You're the MVP, dude.
Yes. Yes.
Let's
This
keep
guy.
going. There's more dumb stuff. I don't even know. There's more dumb
How
stuff.
far things have
I'm
gone.
having fun
This
shitting
wouldn't
on
take
this.
12 days. This would
Yeah,
take
I'm
42
glad.
days.
I am too.
And I called Bernie Caulfield, the producer, and sheepishly told her, I'm not even going to bother drafting a schedule for this.
And the sound's coming
They're
across
not seeing
okay?
eye to eye with reality. This is
Yeah, it sounds good.
All right.
When your set director is sheepishly going behind the showrunners' backs to whisper to their co-producer that the scripts you're making are truly unfilmable, to the point you're not even going to bother submitting a filming schedule, that is called production falling apart.
Yep, I would
Yes.
agree.
We tend to use the
Yeah.
phrase production is
We
falling
don't
apart.
need Glib here to tell us that.
No, like this is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's utterly nuts. So, yeah. So it's basically like they are like they wanted 70 live horses and they didn't take into account how much time. Let's see. So,
Happened. The Battle of the Bastards is a giant vanity project by Benioff and Weiss to
Okay,
pander Kit Harington for an Emmy Award. They insisted on 70 live horses because they felt this enhanced his performance.
Okay,
Bizarre,
that right
cited
there,
quotes from Benioff and Weiss support this.
they have no
As to
confidence
further
in him at
descriptions
all.
of their-
They
mhm.
don't.
How is his acting?
Like he's actually not bad of an actor.
original draft
Mhm.
script that Sapochnik abandoned. It's possible this battle doesn't even happen in the next novel
Mhm.
at all. That
Yeah.
Stannis will defeat Ramsay.
Yeah.
We're never getting that novel.
What I mean, Benioff in the 30-minute behind the scenes
No,
video,
we're not.
the way he's
Probably
ranting
not.
about
Yeah,
the
he's
horses
overweight.
training
He's
Harrington.
like
Not
pretty
just Jon
overweight.
Snow, but
and
Harrington.
He's not in the best
Probably
shape.
my favorite
Like,
shot of the
he's
whole
really
season
old.
is when we're behind Jon Snow
Yeah,
and he
but
sees that cavalry wall
I
galloping
think
towards
this
him.
show
And part of the reason it's such a great
is
shot
part
is
of
it's
the
all
reason
real.
he has no inspiration for writing the last book.
Well,
It's
not even
the
the last
show.
book. It's not even the last book. It's the last two books.
Don, I think it was you who linked it in your Discord. Those seminars from the one class. He talked about there like the difference between discovery writers and people who need an outline. Some writers can't have an outline because it makes them think they've already wrote the book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this show did that to him.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I need at least a very vague outline. Otherwise, I have no idea where I'm taking the story.
Yeah, I'm the exact opposite. Every time I tried writing an outline, I immediately lose interest in what I was doing.
I just
What
I do is I'll just have a list of bullet points.
Yeah, bullet points would help me.
So
what I do? Oh no, you go first. You go first because I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay, that's fine. But what I do sometimes is like I'll be writing and then I'll have an idea for a scene and I'll be like, okay, let me figure out how this works in, and then I'll write the scene. Then I'll go back to the original book, write, and then go up to that scene, put it in, and then keep going. That's sometimes what I'll do. And sometimes I'll have multiple ideas for scenes, and I'll just kind of write those and kind of start merging those together. Other than putting them in the original document. That's what I'll usually do.
That's something that I've done recently, and you have to, if you have the scene already written, you kind of have to edit it when you get there, because otherwise it's probably not going to fit the way you think it will.
Yeah, very likely.
One idea that I've had that I'd like to try out today, I've kind of done this before, but not premeditatedly. I just kind of happened to do it naturally. Is I think I often find I do my best writing when, first of all, I have some rules that I have to follow, like I did with the Let's Write a Manga.
Yeah.
And then I take that, and then on top of it, what I do is I'll discovery write it. Then, while I'm all inspired from discovery writing, I'll create an outline. And then I kind of take the outline and I use the language that I used in the discovery writing. And then it's all carefully planned out and has the nice wording that I like. And then I just keep rewriting it until I'm satisfied.
That
And
can
when
work.
I'm really in a good, and when I'm really in an efficient state of mind, then I'll find that I actually am more excited to write the next part of the story than I am to edit the old part.
Yeah.
The advice my friend gave me is when you're stuck, you Mad Lib like crazy.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. You'll just have to edit later.
Yeah. And then you can do that for let's see. You can do that for an actual outline too. He calls that sane libbing, because mad libbing doesn't have to make sense, but sane libs do.
So let's continue into
Uh-huh.
the madness.
Let's keep
of
going.
the
We'll talk more
horses
about this
charging
later.
full
Let's go.
speed at Kit
Uh-huh.
Harington. In context of the way they were saying everything else, you seem really fixated on framing Kit Harington with those horses. And that's just what they filmed. I mean, when you hear what the original 42-day script was, Sapochnik, initially the idea was to almost never leave John's side ever. That's how the Oneer was born. That's what they call it, that full 1 minute of the camera just following John. Out of the idea of what if you just stay on the ground with John? So I don't know if it would all have been one continuous camera shot. They're not that crazy, but more so than in the final version, it would be this entire 20-minute segment of just Jon Snow in the camera, just Kit Harington in the camera, and with a lot more horses. So, cross-referencing these quotes, the original unfilmable...
The unfilmable mess. Yes, keep going.
Yep.
draft script they gave Sapochnik, the 42-day one, was a giant version of that Oneer shot. And also keep in mind, originally the melee with the pincers was going to involve horses. So combine these 2 points, and it would have been a giant version of that Oneer shot, heavy close combat, with Harington fighting men on 70 live stunt horses in a melee crush.
Yep.
Just this mental image of Harington framed by he's running in front of dying stunt.
So yes, this is what
this is what they think is good writing. This is what they think is good.
This, you can't do this.
No, you can't.
I perform magic. You can't do this.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can see why I wanted to cover this. This is absolutely insane.
It's shit.
Yeah, it's insane.
Torched it.
This is not even the fun kind of insane. This is just the insane kind of insane.
Drake the Duelist, say something funny.
Please. Yes, please give us something to laugh about.
Because look at this. Like, they wanted to have him running around with a bunch of dying stunt horses all around him, as he just a bunch of stunt horses charge around, like 70 of them.
I don't.
No, you never do that. 70 horses? 70 horses you could maybe do for a movie?
I know the Lord of the Rings did 250 horses.
I was
but
just about to bring up Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Lord of the Rings says it's possible to do at least 70 horses for movies. But
Well, that's because the people making Lord of the Rings were competent.
Yep.
yeah, they knew
Yeah.
exactly what they were doing, and they knew what they could accomplish, and they knew who they needed to hire to accomplish what they wanted to accomplish.
They also used a lot of CGI replication in order to
Oh, thank God, my wife is calling me. I'll be right back.
Okay, see you later.
All right, see ya.
Take it easy, Crow.
Yeah, like originally, like, and what they would do is they didn't like have the horses charge into a massive stuntman. They had carefully planned out lanes where the horses would just go round and the stuntmen would fall to the sides. And they didn't have like actual horses getting thrown aside by the Oliphants or the fake things. That was CGI.
Yeah.
Or
It's
they would
so
have
good that horrible things like this exist because it makes me just feel brilliant by comparison.
yeah.
So they wanted a tracking shot on Kit and double envelopment with cavalry. I don't know how that would even be possible unless Jon Snow is invoking the right of a single combat 70 times in a row. That is a very, very old thing that fell out of use, like in the even before medieval times.
They actually
Because
they actually
yeah,
do use it, in the show. They use it trial by combat frequently, but it's kind of stopped after season 4, I believe.
Hang on, someone's calling me. I'll be right.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
now get to enjoy the sound of me eating Chinese food.
hmm So yeah, like, what do you think so far, Yokai?
I don't feel anything. This is
Yeah.
awful. It's dismal.
Yeah, it's
Atrocious.
it's mind-blowing in terms of just like they thought this was possible. Are they insane? Yes. And like another issue is that Benioff like shows multiple red flags of chronic narcissistic personality disorder.
Mm.
And like Dragon has a whole list of symptoms that David Benioff fits, and it's just like, how did this man get a TV show other than nepotism?
Okay, I'm back.
Hello.
Well, let's continue with the insanity, shall we?
Yes, let's.
Horses, stage falling stunt horses. That's what they really wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And the final 1-minute version of the Oneer took 2 days to film. How would you make 10 minutes of that? I don't know. But the camera is never leaving John, and while John is Kit. That's not a military strategy. That's just the camera always on Harrington.
Mm-hmm.
See, just them running behind him with a steady cam. Now, what I mean is, as Sapuchnik says in his interview, Benioff always said, our original...
They didn't even have a tripod?
No, apparently not.
The line about fighting over mounds of their own dead, which, while an evocative image, that isn't a strategy. Oh, we researched...
I'm sorry, I just can't get over that. We're just going to gloss over that.
Dead.
You see this out-of-shape cameraman logging a camera over his shoulder like a fucking Resident Evil 7 character.
They don't...
That's their method?
Yeah.
Yeah, just take this camera and just sprint across the field with it.
Yep.
The guy was probably like, what?
You
They're like, look, we'll pay you 6 times as much. Well, I mean, all right. Run through horses with a camera.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's not going to work.
Yep. Yep.
They
that is
put-
not a military strategy.
They put
Later,
not
they
only
say
the actors and the
they shifted
horses
to Kanai
in
as a
danger,
reference.
but they
With
put
the crew, yes.
building crew
I
in
think Sapotnik
danger.
came up with that as a real strategy later. By the way, they keep pronouncing it as Kanai and
Okay, that's not.
I way. And here's a thought. Honestly, think about this. The fact that they had to research real life battles to plan out these beats in the Battle of the Bastards probably indicates
Battle
that
of the Kilme.
nothing similar happens in the next
yeah.
book. Actually take a moment to think about that and talk about it in the comments. The books already feature real military tactics. I mean, Bryndon Beefish, the guy they interviewed in that, he's written a lot about military tactics in the books, and they're great reads. For example, Stannis' cavalry at Castle Black making a double pincers, that's what you see in the image here, against the wildling host, that's straight from the books. Like, you would tack on two
So
fronts.
how that one works is basically they have them fighting through the woods.
I'm
Mhm.
back.
The thing. Hello, Crow. Look
Yes.
The crow has returned.
Yes.
from. Dang, that was fast.
We usually don't talk very long on the phone. It's,
Oh,
it's just
okay.
a thing.
Oh, I thought that something else was going on, but okay. Oh, dang, I'm unfunny. Okay.
Done, you're hilarious.
Oh,
But yeah, they had worked with horses, but it was for a very brief second. It's like for like 2 minutes at most, and they're in the woods and they like slow the horses and just have them move around. And in terms of a fight, they use it kind of like similar to how like Lord of the Rings used horses, where it's against infantry and they just have stuntmen like to the side. Each
Okay.
side.
that's what they should have done with the Battle of the Bastards.
Mm-hmm.
It's the double pitch fighting fork guards. Military tech in this battle from scratch. They're not liking the show, hasn't been scrutinizing the DVD commentary. So on top of all this, I actually went and checked the DVD commentary, this one for season 6. In his season 6 commentary tracks, Sapotnik revealed that on top of all of this, they filmed the entire battle sequentially in chronological order. And they did this explicitly. He says this explicitly to enhance the performance of the actors.
It's not a play.
No one does that.
Mm-hmm.
No one films full-scale movie battle scenes in chronological order.
It's just not practical.
Maybe rarely if it's something where the set is destroyed when you do it in an action scene, it can't be reset. But again, I don't need to guess. He said we filmed it in chronological order, confirmed explicitly to enhance the actors' performances.
Mm-hmm.
Movies and TV film everything, and particularly huge action scenes, out of order.
Mm-hmm.
They prioritize filming the important scenes first and schedule pickup shots of random fighting near the end.
Mm-hmm.
Filler scenes they could plausibly cut if they ran overtime without changing the actual story elements.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Think about that. Sapotnik had been warning Benioff and Weiss for 2 or 3 months on a daily basis, begging with them, this is unfilmable. This is a disaster waiting to happen. This will run overtime. It will take 6 weeks to film if you want everything, not 2 or 4, and you're trying to cram into 25 days, more than 25 days worth of filming. Going behind their back to sheepishly complain to other producers.
Mm-hmm.
Yet despite all these warnings that they were in severe danger of running out of time, that they knew ahead of time and wouldn't finish by their absurd deadline, they nonetheless insisted on filming in chronological order, thus running a real danger of losing the actual climax of the battle.
Which they did.
And that-
No one does.
Yep, and they did.
My artistic vision will be seen through the end.
This is what studios are for.
Yeah.
You can't always be on location after all.
Yeah. But this is
Performing enhancing and drugs
It's like
works. So why performance enhancing directing? Miguel must have been
must have been like, what are you talking about?
talking about?
yep.
Thank you, Anthorpe. Here's the thing. It's like they had obsessive compulsive disorder for like the method, but not the possibility of doing it.
Mhm.
They're like, we have to do it in chronological order. We have to do it with real horses. We got to be on site. We have to actually die. It's like,
Wait,
and we're going to do it in 5 minutes. You
Mhm.
can't do it.
No,
Yeah.
you can't.
Yeah, it's utterly insane that they thought they could do this.
But it's like they had obsessive compulsive disorder,
That's
but not in a way that makes sense.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, they're insane. Like just like, and they lost the original ending because they were of their ineptitude.
if they were so insistent on getting the original ending, then they should have filmed that in the studio, or they should have filmed it first.
They actually solved that by putting the ending in the set in Dubrovnik in I think Northern Ireland for their Winterfell set. But that's what they ended up having to do because they were rained out. Because they lost the original climax and they had to reshoot. They even had to reshoot bits of the last episode because otherwise bits of it wouldn't make sense.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
They really are empty-headed.
Yep, they
So
are.
for those few of you who up to now might have been thinking, well, they lost 3 days of filming near the end, but those are usually pickup shots. No. Confirmed. They bizarrely filmed in order. The last 3 days were the important climax of the battle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to prove there's a lost original ending. In all of his interviews cross-referenced, Sapochnik confirms this.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to ask, okay, benefit of the doubt, did they drastically restructure their shooting schedule like this to enhance?
No, they didn't.
Turner's
He's
performance throughout the battle. No! Sans only arrives at the end. Parkinson? Regan dies at the beginning. Rand? Ramsay? Actually isn't engaged in personal combat throughout the battle, so what the hell were they doing?
Jon Snow's like
He
is
isn't
the main
engaged in
character.
personal combat throughout most
They
of the
wanted to
battle.
do this.
No. They filmed in chronological order to try to enhance Kit Harington's emotive performance.
And specifically nonverbal.
By the end of filming, like
This is the
John,
crazy
he'd
stuff.
be utterly haggard and
This is
exhausted.
the crazy stuff that we're
It's
getting
what
into.
TVTropes.com calls enforced method acting.
Mm-hmm.
But they had this mental image of a haggard, exhausted, mud-covered Harrington, and note I say Harrington, not Jon Snow,
Yeah, they
giving a big death glare performance. And such a strong performance, it would assuredly win him an Emmy Award.
Makeup.
But that's what
And
makeup is
listen to all the
for!
Makeup
interviews and
department.
commentaries. This is what they fix on. Pay attention. Wow, look at Kit's face. Look how haggard and dirty he is. They filmed in chronological order to get this, sacrificing the original ending. Time
Wow.
was prioritized
This
for
is
this.
shit.
From other characters, even from
This is so
So-
stupid.
He is covered in actual dirt and mud and gravel and horse shit. Because horse shit don't go away. It stays.
That is what the makeup department is for, you morons. And
They
actually,
already-
moron is not a strong enough word, but I don't want to use stronger language.
So
Fuck.
here's the thing: in their season 8 commentary, they admitted, Oh, we actually thought for a really long time that the wig department was the hair department when in reality it's the makeup department.
Oh.
I have cited quotes. I can find them, and we will cover them.
Yes.
It's okay for like me to make these mistakes, not these people.
Yeah.
Yeah, you and me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Us who have absolutely nothing to do with film, we can make that mistake all day long, every day of the week, and it doesn't matter. But these guys actually had a TV show. They could not afford to make that mistake.
Yeah.
Or
Also,
they shouldn't have been able to.
So we'll eventually cover how David Benioff learned screenwriting. Basically, he admits, "Oh, I didn't read any screenwriting books. I just found them too boring."
But that's the thing. How can you be so insistent on how other people do what they're going to do when you clearly don't know what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Self-admittedly.
I don't tell people how to write scripts. Hell, I don't even tell people how to write their scenes. I go, hey, if you have two ideas and you can't decide, try writing both and then decide which one you like better now that it's on paper. But that's all I do.
Yeah.
Sometimes they needed to understand something else they needed to understand was reality is unrealistic. When things are actually real, i.e. due to enforcement method acting, it can look off anyway because of pop culture osmosis.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much, yeah.
This is interesting. The stream is being ghosted.
Really?
Again?
Yeah.
Why am I not surprised?
I went to go get a link to send it to a friend who asked me how I'm doing, and I can't find it.
Let me try. Not even on YouTube? Not even on my channel?
I have to go to your channel to find it, but it's not in my subscriptions like it should be.
Oh, that's interesting.
We're left wing, YouTube. We're left wing. Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. All right, we're back online. Let's go.
Yep, let's keep going.
Here,
John himself.
I have the
And
stream open.
other comments that confirm this.
That
We're
should
good?
help.
Big tip off for me. Weiss.
Can you hear
also
me
from the
cussing like a
30-minute
sailor in it?
behind-the-scenes bonus video. He announces
All right,
all of
very
it is
good.
action with almost no dialogue. I'm going to race through this really quickly. My subscribers have already seen this, but in case, guys, there's some people who are jumping into this video cold who haven't heard the whole speech. It is very jarring and difficult to describe, but when I actually sat down and listened to the Season 5 commentary, it's just a solid hour of Benioff and Weiss praising the cast members over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even realize how dark it is. It's just, wow! Screaming in delight like children. Look at Lena's face. Look at Steven's face. Look at Alfie's face. Over and over.
Oh my god, that is not helpful. That is not helpful at all.
They couldn't face it.
Oh.
And
look at them sitting there with money. Oh my god, I hate them so much.
Yeah, so like this is the thing. Like consider like other directors. Like they would consider they would like a director like Peter Jackson, his commentary would be like, "Oh, okay, this is like how we did this. This was kind of the writing decisions we went."
Yeah, that's what makes commentary interesting. It piques your interest because the things they say, they're inherently vexing. Like I remember I was watching the commentary to a show called The Following, and the executive producer was talking about having to knock a wall down himself in order to construct a room for a specific scene, and then explaining why. That's commentary.
Or when Guillermo del Toro does his, and he like talks about like the exact like color lightings because he is very good at figuring out.
Bisexual lighting.
Yeah. Like, yeah, actual lighting. Yes.
Yeah,
like,
the commentary is supposed to give us a glimpse into what's happening behind the scenes, and maybe they'll tell like a cool story about something funny that happened on set. But
Instead,
Wow.
it's wow. Look at their faces. Look at their faces. Their faces are so awesome. Ugh.
Yeah.
Sophie
Yeah,
is literally eating an apple in one commentary. I wanted to choke her so bad. They're biased towards the younger, less talented actors. Sickening. And she saw no one like the Phoenix.
Dark Phoenix, yeah. Yep. And that's what they do. That's all their commentaries are. They don't talk about writing decisions. They don't talk about like how
That's because they don't know
Let's
how
just
to
flail
do it.
around.
Hello, Kitty.
Yeah, and at least like in the season 7 finale and the season 8 finale, they're drunk. They're openly drunk.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, public drunkenness. Such a wonderful thing.
They're literally making like queef and pubic hair jokes with Lena Headey.
Oh, that's adult.
It's something you do on here. It's not something you do on there.
Yeah, exactly. It's so nuts that they actually did that.
They make those
again.
jokes in this day.
After 20 minutes, it gets kind of weird. And there's a point even when they go, wow, look at Alfie Allen's face. Look at what a strong performance. Theon sure was a powerful player in Season 5 because of him. After a while, you realize with growing horror, dear God, they can't tell the difference between the actor giving a strong performance and the fictional character suffering. They're just pandering the actor's emotive abilities. Every time Benioff and Weiss ever changed anything in the TV show,
all that does is give those who don't have the ability an ego. That's all they do.
Here's the thing, Dunn. Here's the thing. I'm gonna somewhat change the topic for a second, but it's relevant enough.
Okay.
Now, was it you, Dunn, or am I thinking of Glib or someone else? Was it you, Dunn, that said that one of the first times I heard you speaking? It was either you or Glib, I think, because Glib works in Hollywood. One of you, I think it might have been you, but one of you said that it's a problem throughout the media industry of producing television shows and stuff in particular, where they're more focused on trying to get the actor an Emmy than they are on actually writing the story properly.
It is. It's a problem throughout Game of Thrones. They actually is a is that part of Dragon Man's quote where he like tweeted out like the Emmys are aware of Emmy baiting, and Benioff and Weiss will never get their actors Emmys because the Emmys understand Emmy baiting, and the Emmys.
So this is an issue that's unique to Game of Thrones.
Yes.
Or is it a prominent issue? It's just more obviously prominent here.
It is more obvious here because A, they don't understand camera work, and B, they don't really understand writing, and they are specifically contriving scenes in order to show off the actors' nonverbal emoting skills.
And they can't tell the difference between meta knowledge, which is knowledge we have, and character knowledge, which is knowledge that the characters have. So while the actors might know everything, the characters...
Did I just hear someone pop a drink? I just heard somebody pop a drink.
Actually, the actors don't even know why their characters did certain things.
Yeah, but that's not what I was talking about.
That's like a problem Sonic Adventure has. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, literally, like Sophie turned like there's more quotes. Like we're getting to that. Let me find that part actually because that's actually that's a big part. Let me see. Where is it?
Okay, you're mad now. I need you to be mad.
Let me see. That's actually,
what is that? What kind of directing is that?
Yeah, like take a look. Take a look at this. Why didn't Sansa tell Jon Snow about the Vale Army?
You kind of forgot.
Like literally, like post episode, they were openly baffled, and at the 2016 Comic-Con, they asked D&D stayed silent, and she openly said, "I don't know," and just guessed to be dramatically satisfying. The actor.
That's not an answer.
What?
They do this all the time. Like they even coached Kit to do the same.
watched it was, by definition, if Sophie openly admitted, I don't.
And also that
army,
happened with
then
the
you don't
Stannis.
their moneymaker. Harrington's face emoting, no dialogue, just wow, look at him covered in grime and giving a death glare. And they think if you got it, flaunt it. You, the casual audience member, might not know the technical distinction between acting and emoting, and you might not be instantly able to recognize awards baiting and emoting. The Emmy voting pool, composed of professional actors, can tell the difference. So Benioff and Weiss will never win their actors Emmy awards for these changes they make. Doing all this to pander Kit, it wouldn't work.
Mm-hmm.
The TV industry has been awards baiting for years.
Mm-hmm.
They're better at it than they are.
Okay, hold
They
on,
can
Dunn.
recognize
You
it when
seem
they
to
see
know
it.
this more than I
So,
do. You seem
they
to know
are
what this
awards
guy's
baiting,
referring to.
and not
Tell me, what is the difference between acting and emoting?
Okay, so with acting, and so with an acting, you have to know what the character is thinking, because you are portraying the character's thoughts on a screen. Also, if you are emoting, you are basically moving your face. And if there's no dialogue, it is emoting, not acting. And there's 3 schools of acting. There's method acting, there's classical acting, and there's Meissner acting. Classical acting is just thinking, okay, my character would be doing this, and just kind of figuring out the character from the outside in. With method acting, it's something like what Daniel Day-Lewis would do. Like, he gets into the head of the space of the character and just does it and just completely like envelops himself in that character, tries to get himself in there as much as he can. With Meissner acting, you are figuring out your performance specifically to provoke the performance out of the other actor, and you're couching it in terms of, like, for instance, if you say, like, the other person needs to present a performance that's angry, you deliberately couch your initial bit of dialogue in order to make that person respond in anger.
Okay.
So, like, those are 3 schools. There might be more, but those are the 3 that I am, like, aware of. Where
the easiest way you could get me to do that is to say something about Luke in The Last Jedi. That would get me angry in an instant.
Luke did nothing wrong.
Except that makes me happy.
Instead of going to help the resistance and go see his sister one more time, he just sends a force field in the force hologram. What?
Yeah.
I can't even.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah.
That would work.
Well, wasn't that basically because they were stealing a scene from another movie? I just don't remember the name of it.
Yeah, something.
Yep.
We went over that.
Yep. Let me see, what else is there? Some good stuff.
What was the name of that other movie?
There's so many.
So
Let's see.
Escape from L.A.
Of course,
Escape
another big hint
from LA.
is when we've got Sansa shoehorned into the Bolton arc, and Cogman in the DVD commentary is going, wow, this is some of the best work we did in the show. And why did we do this? Most of all, for these performances, these faces, look at the commentaries. And
the question is, why did we do this?
How many times they reference specifically the actors, not dialogue.
We seem to have created a structural production problem. Now it is falling apart.
Yes.
Why did we do this? Yeah.
You can't write when you think you have a style.
Yeah.
The obvious
exactly.
question is, why did we do this?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. And, like, this is insane. Like, completely insane. Like, I am amazed that this never got reported on. This should have been on the mainstream news.
It should have been.
Yeah.
It should have been.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, they're too busy talking
Look at
about
that
Trump.
case, like, yes, actors are capable of frowning or crying on cue,
Yeah. They're
and
capable
therefore that makes it strong. Such a strong scene.
No, it
He
doesn't.
says, "Look at Alfie and
Mhm.
Sophie being so
I think
strong.
it
Look at
does.
these faces."
Ugh.
So they just prefer nonverbal. That's what they're there for. But going back to like Shakespeare nonverbal, that's
So this is kind of like a good little bit that you should have. They didn't know what they think of. They didn't know what they could say. That's not the case. They deliberately write it so that there's minimal dialogue
Why?
because they
can't write.
yeah
No,
think
they
it's
can't
good.
write.
Yeah, they think it's good.
Wait, weren't
They
they
think dialogue gets in the way. Yeah.
weren't they novelists at the very beginning of this?
Yep. Well,
What?
David
Okay,
Benioff did
I
three.
don't think I ever want to read any of their books because their books are bound to be as cringy as this is, if
I'm
not
reading
worse.
one of their books, and in the story, it mentions that, like in parentheses, it puts the screen slowly zoomed in on this guy's face as he said this.
So David
Oh,
Benioff
God.
has written 3 movies. 25th Hour. He wrote Troy, and he wrote X-Men Origins Wolverine. That's it. And the way that he got 25th Hour published was he sold the movie rights before the book was actually published. And then the book came out after he sold the rights. I am interested to see what y'all's reaction to the David Benioff thinks brown women are hot video.
Drake the Duelist, take a shot when somebody quotes a Lit Dev meme.
Yeah. So wait, who wrote David Benioff, the man with the slightly fuller beard and wrote X-Men Origins Wolverine. One of these 2 chuckleheads wrote X-Men Origins Wolverine.
And they were able to get a job afterwards.
Yep.
But it's so bad.
Yeah.
I don't want to know. I really don't.
I am interested to see what y'all's reaction is going to be to David Benioff thinks brown women are hot. Like, I think that like an actual cited quote from the man himself, and an excerpt of his book.
I don't even know what anybody's talking about.
I don't think I do either, but we'll see.
Talked out a long time ago.
So, well, basically, like the writer of this, he has a number of very incriminating cited quotes where he's like, "Oh my gosh, that woman's so hot."
Oh God.
And he's specifically going on about like it's their ambiguous brownness. Like he can't pick out their ethnicity.
What?
Ambiguous brownness.
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord.
Something about your brownness.
You think I'm kidding? I'm not. I'm dead serious.
What a fucking weirdo.
It
Who acts like that?
Next week we're gonna cover that one.
Yes.
Who does that?
I don't know.
Yeah. So there's actually a story from behind the scenes. Everybody's heard of like Neil Marshall, the director of like Centurion and a few other movies like that, right?
Yeah, I'm not very savvy, so I'm just gonna say no.
Okay, so he was a director on episode 9 of season 2, and one of the directors said, "There's not enough nudity in this episode. You need to put this specific prostitute in full frontal nudity and put her on screen, since you need to spice up the episode." And he's like, why? He's like, well, everybody else in the producer things are in it for the story and the everything else. I represent the per side of the audience.
What side of the audience? What? Ugh.
Oh, for God's sake! If I wanted that, I would just watch anime.
Yeah, it's the specific prostitute that is even in the show's universe is ethnically ambiguous.
Oh, for God's sake!
If I wanted to watch something like that or read something like that,
What a creep! He goes home and jerks off after.
Yeah, he's also very, very insecure because his wife.
I would be too.
He has a wife and kids, and his wife actually like made a joke that like, if you kill Jon Snow, I am going to divorce you.
I would be insecure if I was that guy too.
Yeah, and like it was in an interview, and then in season 8, like after being the main character for seasons 6 and 7, he's relegated to a side role and barely gets anything to do. And it's likely because David Benioff felt really insecure and his masculinity was threatened. Including little jokes about like the fact that Jon Snow's short, or
I feel like an asshole just for talking about this.
Don't worry.
Seriously, I feel like a jackass right now. What am I doing with my life?
You're watching a video about a bunch of men.
If you kill Jon Snow, you'll never see me or my boyfriend ever again.
Well, at some point we'll have to see that episode.
That's funny.
Yeah. Well, let's continue, shall we?
That's what they're there for. But going back to like Shakespeare, and shout the loudest or cry the hardest on cue again, until it becomes pretty obvious that someone coached him to say that and thought that mixed with.
So this is what Kit Harington also did it. Was forced to do this too, because he just says, "I have no idea either." He says indubitably over and over and over again and doesn't give an answer.
Indubitably.
Well, it's obvious that the actors should have been reading the books in order to know what they were supposed to be doing and why they were doing it.
Problem is, they have no books. This is beyond the books.
I mean the stuff from before when they did have the material to work with.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's see. Where's the original ending bit? We'll just kind of.
This is
keep talking.
There's so much wrong with this.
Yeah.
There is. Oh my god. And I didn't even have to watch any episodes except the one we're talking about to know what we're talking about. Oh god.
I haven't even watched the episode, and I see all of this going down, and it's like, what the hell? No. Why? Why?
Yep. Why did we do this? Why? Who greened this? Why would someone do this?
Whenever you hear them raving about how much we love the actor, not the character, warning signs should be going off in your head. Of course it should! That's a red flag that they're going to start pandering to the actor in the role.
Yeah, that's...
Yep.
I just built an ego.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot about this part.
One.
Oh, let me show you.
That anything beyond. And after the episode aired, did Benioff and Weiss even listen to any of these critics that I just cited or any others? No. They didn't read any major critics. There's this bizarre video interview they did, and here's the link for it. From the Emmy red carpet, with the Emmys they won for this, explaining
They
we
were
intentionally
enemies.
ignored
Actually
all
won
major
awards
reviews
for
and
this.
didn't read a single one from any critic. That all we were doing after this episode aired, right after it aired, was we were hitting refresh on its IMDb page over and over again, updating it to see if it matched the perfect 10 rating of Breaking Bad's best episode, which got a perfect 10. Just what? Just how do they even
picture
make
that.
the claim?
Wow.
I
Oh
can
my
picture that just
god.
as soon as they're done, frantically for like 3 hours.
Uh,
And it's transient. It only lasted for 2 weeks. It's an ongoing life goal.
It's
uh,
Well, of course it was transient because the only people that rated it right off the bat were people that were subscribed to the channel that it's on. Because isn't it on one of those channels that you have to pay for?
HBO,
That's separate from cable? Yeah, it's on HBO. Okay. Yeah. So of course people were on HBO specifically for Game of Thrones.
And this is IMDb. This is IMDb rating.
who looks at IMDb for ratings?
These two, apparently.
Yeah.
So,
well,
yeah.
all of those places in Rotten Tomatoes, they are useless to us now because of what they've done.
Yeah.
Well, it's become increasingly obvious that the critics have nothing to do with fans.
Mhm.
Yeah, and even then, with
There's
with
also
the fan ratings, they're
there's actually
fixing those too.
there's also several interviews, several reviews that say, like, let me pull up their little reviews for you to read. Right
I
here.
read a book once.
The Dr. Crow, would you read this for me?
All right. The Richten sequence that opened the battle is an elaborate bit of staging, but Richten's long absence robbed the character of any particular meaning to the larger narrative. And I felt the season was missing a scene or two where Richten could be reaffirmed as a character and not just as a tool in that particular conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Ramsay's evil is not escalated by his killing of Richten. I've long been desensitized to Ramsay's acts of torture and murder, and this just felt like more of the same.
Mm-hmm. So this character had been gone for 3 seasons, for 2 seasons, season 4 and 5, and just comes in in the middle of season 6, and he doesn't.
He needed at least one scene in both of the 2 that he was missing in to still be relevant. At least one scene in one episode, and even that's not nearly enough.
Wait a minute, they brought a character who's been out of the series for 2 seasons at that point, and then just kill him?
Yes,
Pretty much, yeah.
basically.
Like, there's no even build up that's like, oh, look, it's that guy. We remember you.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's just
we don't.
that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that character didn't matter anymore at that point. You might as well have just not even been there. That's a scene you could have cut.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. Yep.
My God. They won Emmys for this.
Yep.
How many Emmys does Game of Thrones have?
I think I got like 38 nominations at least.
This is from 2015.
I don't need to prove there's a lost original ending. We know there is. Director Miguel Sapochnik confirmed that filming ran late. They hit the deadline. They had to abandon the last 3 full days of scripted filming. And to remove all...
Crow?
Yeah. Game of Thrones has won 269 awards out of 738 nominations.
For some reason, that does not surprise me one bit.
Yep.
If they'd known what they were doing, they probably would have won more of those awards.
In 2016, it had 38 wins, scoring it the most awarded series.
Mm-hmm.
How many wins did he have in 2019? Of course.
They also refused to hire other writers besides themselves. They just said, "Oh, we just didn't know better," and also we just thought we could do this all on our own.
Oh my god!
And when HBO literally pressured them, "We want you to hire more actors, like hire more screenwriters, like actual legitimate screenwriters who have degrees," they said, "No, we'll hire our coffee boy. He's smart."
They got lucky with him because he seems to have some hidden talent.
Hidden talent can only take you so far.
Yeah,
Well,
that's the point.
weird. He actually, unfortunately, talks like interviews.
I feel like they hired him just so they could make sure it was someone that wouldn't trump him, like just someone they could push around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
exactly. I'll have to show you the interview where Brian Cogman talks about, "Oh, this is why. This is how I got my my job on Game of Thrones, and this is my writing process works. I can literally write an entire scene and script the subtext, and the actors I have can, like Alfie Allen, for example, can just convey it all with a look or what's behind the eyes." And just they don't speak that entire scene, but I just script the subtext and they convey it.
That's not
but
impressive.
there are people who cannot read that kind of thing. And that alienates the people who have trouble with non-verbal communication. The original writer is still alive. How many directors would kill to ask an actual writer what they intended with their book, but can't because the author is dead? Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
All about the original climax. So after they had to skip those 3 final days of location filming, they just, as he explains, edited together the rags and remnants of what they already
even have
had
set up in the original in the
ending.
books for this, and they skipped all of it.
So this is sort of the main point of this entire video.
Insanity.
There is absolutely no question of if there is a lost original ending. Conclusively, there's a lost original ending. The remaining question is, what is the lost original ending? What could the lost original ending be? Giant space bats suddenly appear to defeat leading. Now, it's actually unusual for episodes and TV seasons to be filmed in chronological order. So the season as a whole, I'm saying, it's possible that they also went back to earlier season 6 episodes that had more setup scenes and cut out scenes setting up that original climax.
Mm-hmm.
But they're sloppy, so some relic moments may survive. Chekhov's gun elements that went unused.
Mm-hmm.
I'll come out and say what many of you are probably already thinking. In all likelihood, the original end.
Mm-hmm. So you remember that what I was telling you about, like that there are little bits of lines that say, "Oh, Ramsay's men only follow him out of fear; they'll turn on him."
Yeah, they had to cut that out, and that's still stuff like that.
And they sloppily left a few things in, like
yes,
and also the fact that the Umber guy doesn't swear an oath, and it's kind of there are some little bits and pieces where it's like, "Ooh, you screwed up. You left some stuff behind for other people to look at."
Yeah.
That always happens when there's a shortage of time.
Mm-hmm.
Always. Always,
Yep.
always, always.
And good director's commentary.
Ramsay mid-battle.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Good commentary
This would
is when the sorry, if you can pause it for me, that way I don't talk over him. Good commentary is when the director and the producer are actually mentioning what those things are.
Mm-hmm.
Like they'll say, "Oh yeah, here's an extra scene that was in that we didn't remove because of what have you. And it was useful for this reason, but the reason that we, because the runtime, like they'll explain is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Good commentary will actually bring those things up and discuss it, like they're having a good time being sophisticated about their line of work.
Mm-hmm.
This is not that.
No, this is not. This is insanity.
Yeah.
You can
The
you
worst
can,
kind of insanity.
yeah. This is insanely juicy, even to people who haven't watched the show. Like I feel like I can say that with relative confidence.
I myself haven't seen this show, and I'm all over this.
Me too.
Yeah, and there's more. There's more stuff.
It just keeps going.
Yep, like how Dorne happened, how much money they wasted on the finale. Like they said, oh, we'll just drop $10,000 on this staircase that shows up for 1 second, and took 5 months to build.
Money management skills they do not have. Neither do they have any of the other management skills that they really should.
They don't have brain management skills.
How do these people even function?
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep. Let's keep going, shall we?
Members. That the Starks' honor earned them undying loyalty, in contrast with the treachery and cruelty of the Boltons since the Red Wedding, which would encourage people to keep fighting the Boltons even on their knees when you mistreat people. Because this is what happens in the forces on the wall to feast with friends. Eating
Let's just if
there is one
also, someone uses a dire wolf to validate
theory, because guess what? There were
Yeah.
Since when did Ramses become a student of Northern folklore?
Yeah. There were even like people saying that's a little bit small for a direwolf head, because a direwolf head are huge. They're big animals.
Yeah, they are.
They're like monsters, aren't they?
Yeah, they're twice as big
They're
and
like
twice as bulky as a regular wolf. They are.
Yep.
They're really tall.
A lot of clues for it. Episode 6.3, Lord Small John Umber says he'll join Ramsay because he hates wildlings, which wouldn't really be enough to betray the North over. But he won't swear an oath because Ramsay's father killed his own king, Robb Stark. As his whole speech where he goes, I don't trust you enough to throw you, but I'll give you a show of my loyalty. So as a show of loyalty, Umber hands over Rickon Stark, and to prove it's Rickon, presents the head of his black direwolf. And so many people are theorizing, was this a trick? And check the episode article. Even the director of that episode remarked, I thought the direwolf head looked a bit small, like a regular wolf. So this led to very widespread fan theorization. It was some sort of trick. Rickon may have been in on it or not, but that Umber duping Ramsay into thinking he was loyal by handing over Rickon, maybe even passing off a regular wolf's head as a direwolf, something. And it would have been the TV show's condensed version of the whole subplot that the Northern Lords turn on the Boltons. Great write-up here. Again, by Axe Chucker from the Curtain Call for Art Parkinson. He explained, citing him here, I had so completely tricked my...
Yeah. So they were sloppy and didn't even think to cut out some of this stuff. Yeah. So yeah.
Ashes on my tongue. That is a beautiful way to put it.
Yep.
It's already a better writer than whoever these two D&D is.
Yep. Yeah. Dip Crap and Dumb Arse are my nickname for them.
Oh God. This is ridiculous.
It's that they'll they were streamlining.
Episode 5.3. Just the word edge.
Yeah.
Let's replace that with the word edge.
Yeah, so they were setting this up as early as season 5.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
You have this big buildup of potentially all these houses turning on this one at a very critical moment that will ensure. If I'm thinking this right, it's Jon Snow's victory
Yeah.
be ensured.
Yeah. Snow, yeah.
And so, how does Jon Snow actually win the fight?
Sansa brings in a bunch of troops that she's so Littlefinger, a schemer, plots with Sansa in order to bring the Vale army north. One question is, how are they able to get there without the scouts coming? Because this is a cavalry force. Surely he had scouts.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's just like she doesn't tell Jon, and a bunch of people get killed. She doesn't tell Jon at all. He doesn't factor this into his plan.
So essentially, if I've seen the scene before, I believe he just charges it in there head on, doesn't he?
Pretty much, yeah.
So all he had to do was hold position, minimize his loss. His sister would have shown up because Sansa's his sister, correct?
Yeah, his half sister, yeah.
Yeah, it's that half sister. She would have shown up with reinforcements if she just told him.
Yeah. He kind of charges in it because his brother is set loose, but he was a little bit slow, and the problem was he went for the cavalry charged forward while Jon was out of range, out of the protection of his army.
Yeah.
And so they got encircled. But it's because of a lot of factors, and ultimately much of it was because they wanted to do 70 live horses.
It's just...
And all of that buildup, all of those relic scenes, all of those things were put in
garbage.
Yeah. And it turned to garbage because of their poor time management skills. And it gets even worse.
We're streamlining.
It still gets worse.
This episode itself.
Mm-hmm. Yes. In the episode itself. I told you it's worse.
Fear is his power. It's his weakness too. His men don't want to fight for him.
They're forced to fight for him if they feel the tide turning.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it seems like it. They were really setting that up.
Mm-hmm.
They were very clearly setting that up.
Yep. And it came to nothing.
It came to nothing.
Yeah. It is literally solved by
It just goes to show how much the fans care to piece all this together. Like, this video we're watching is incredibly well composed. I wish Game of Thrones was this well composed. Maybe I would have watched it.
Yeah.
This is what happens when the fans are more passionate about the project than the people making the project.
But apparently that makes us misogynists or something.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Not even Game of Thrones showrunners actually played that card. They said they just don't make any comment about it. They just say, we just don't listen to fan and input.
I mean, that's already, that's kind of scumbaggy, but at least it's not as scumbaggy as just, you know, the other stuff.
It's because they'll be replaced.
Yep.
Don't acknowledge it. It's not there because that's how you solve a problem.
Yep. Alrighty. Let's keep going into the more mob madness.
Davos says fear is his power. His men serve him out of fear and fight for him. There's a setup piece of dialogue in the same episode saying his men will turn on him when he starts losing or abandon him.
Wait a minute, this is in the same episode as the ending?
Why the heck would they bother writing a...
Yep. This is in the same episode as the battle.
You gotta be kidding me. In the same episode.
5
they
minutes.
filmed in chronological order.
Mm-hmm.
70 horses.
Yep. I told you it got worse. I told you. These people don't think like us.
And it got them 239 awards.
You know what I usually do when I'm writing? I actually do everything backwards. Right now, I'm not doing it because I'm kind of struggling with writer's block right now, so I'm doing everything I can to get over the writer's block. And then I'm going to go back to what I usually do. I actually write the ending first because that's the payoff. I write the payoff, and then after I write the payoff just how I like it, I look at it, and that's my motivation. Like, I read the payoff with the perfect wording and everything that I want, and that's my motivation to work my ass off to write the buildup.
Uh-huh.
And that was how I wrote the prologue to the thing I'm doing right now. The chapter 1, I'm just stuck. I'm stuck writing the villain. I'll figure it out. I know I will. In fact, I think I'm going to figure it out today. But
yeah,
that's the thing, is that, like, that's what I do. And it's like these guys, to be honest, if they weren't able to get there in time, but this was the buildup, I actually wouldn't be surprised if that's what they did. But because of their poor time management, the payoff never happened.
Yeah, I imagine that's what happened. But also, the issue was their payoff is just Jon Snow's face.
But the thing, yeah, but here's the thing, though. But here's the thing: I also have poor time management skills. I also have that. That's part of why I'm convinced that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to have the same weaknesses as me. The only difference is that I'm not completely retarded.
Or running an Emmy-winning show.
Yeah, that might do it too.
That receives millions and millions of dollars per episode. Like, each episode is like 20 million per episode.
I mean, I like practical effects too, but it takes time. It takes time. Good things take time. I'd like to think that if I was in that position, I wouldn't make that same mistake. But who knows? Maybe I would. Because, again, I'm trying to be fair here. But it's so tempting to talk shit, though.
Yeah, it is so...
Because it's so much fun to call these guys dicks. Because, I mean, look at it.
Like, they're deserving of it. It's insane.
Why did that make me laugh so hard when you said that?
Because look at what we're seeing. Look at what we're seeing. We're seeing evidence of their stupidity.
Oh my god.
They haven't earned this. They didn't. They were given this.
Did they wait until they had 6 minutes left and then say, wait a minute, we're going to have to change it? I mean, at least change the same episode, for Christ's sake. Come on.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have been that hard. It's just they're in a tent.
You hear me getting this riled up over something I don't even care about? Can you imagine if this was Batman?
Oh my god.
Or what if you had actually watched the show?
I can only imagine how people that watch the show feel. That watched the whole thing and weren't in denial. People had to be in denial until the last second. There has to be people out there where it's like they've spent all this time and money getting home from work to be invested in this show. They're just completely in denial until the very last episode. And then after the credits roll up, they're just sitting there and they're like, it was shit.
Yeah.
And they just fall apart because it's like you wanted to love it. I mean, obviously this is an embellishment. It's kind of like Literature Devil with Picard, how he wanted to like it, and Smudboy with Picard, where they wanted to like it. They wanted to like it. They were convinced it was going to be good, and then finally they were like, all right, this is shit. Because that's what it does to you. You want to like it, and then it's shit.
Yeah. Essentially, yeah. Yeah, like, let's Dr. Crow, yeah, you had something?
I can't add anything to this. I'm just
like
way around.
You see why I was saying, dude, guys, we need to cover this guy. We need to cover this. This will be great.
Yeah, Smut missed out on this.
Yeah. Thing is, this isn't even. He has more documentaries that are this length.
Oh my god. Well, now you have almost 4 hours of footage to slap in front of Smudboy and said, "Here's everything you missed."
He's just gonna hear me talking shit.
Yeah. And, well, yeah, it's just like we were able to like just get like 3.5 hours of footage just from this one episode.
Just from this one video.
Oh my god.
And
Yeah.
how long is this video that we're watching? It's half as long as what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're insane.
We're crazy.
I deliberately skipped forward like several points because the nice thing is we can see like what he has on screen in the transcript.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
we can pause it and then analyze it. I really like that.
Yeah. But that's kind of the thing. We have this, and this is just one. He has a 4-hour documentary on Dorne.
That means that would take us 8.5 hours.
Yeah.
And you're using the free version of SteamYards. You only have so many hours, dude.
Yeah, I know. Well, thankfully, it's nearing the end of the month, so I might as well go crazy.
Yep. Use it.
Yeah. Yeah, at the moment, I still got 20 hours. I still need to.
How much is StreamYards?
It's like
25 bucks?
25
bucks?
a month.
I think.
I see.
But yeah, look at how much fun we're having. Like we're all
You call this fun?
Yeah. Well, it's fun for me. And I'm sure the audience, are you having fun? I imagine you are watching us watching
talking a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Like 20 minutes later, we're gonna get a whole bunch of yeses because the chat's a little behind.
Yeah. Chat's about a minute behind on StreamYards.
Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of the thing. We
Neph
have
Champion abandoned us. She literally muted her mic and left.
I said I would be back.
the devil.
You just I love how every time she puts on her headset, you just hear the sound of people falling down the stairs.
No, that's just my headset.
Oh, Nova Roman said
No.
No.
Okay, so what did I miss then?
Okay, so basically, summarize for our.
We found out that they were basically planning ahead to a build-up. They were using a build-up that basically there was going to be a betrayal for the antagonists, right?
Mm-hmm.
Forgive me, I'm not savvy with the names as I haven't seen the show.
I think.
But,
no, you don't have to worry about that. Just use antagonist or something.
Okay, so there was going to be a betrayal amongst the antagonists' army. It's quite clear. But they didn't have time to finish it. Jon Snow flat out foreshadows this, saying that the only reason that they follow him is out of fear. If the tide had turned, ellipses, and that dialogue was in the same episode that they changed it. I'll say it again. That dialogue was in the same episode as the changed ending.
Mm-hmm. And they've been saying this up as early as season 3. Well, no, season 5. And there were repeated things over and over again where the North doesn't like this guy. They are deliberately saying we need to have this marriage alliance happen in order to hold the North together, or else they will betray us because they hate us.
Yeah. So Neph, what I'm saying is, how long did they wait to realize they were out of time to change it? Did they have 6 minutes left? And then they're like, wait, we got to change the ending right now? Like, they couldn't at least change the whole episode?
Mm-hmm.
What would you expect from these guys who have no idea what time management means?
Mm-hmm. Also, like, the actors themselves didn't know why their characters were doing things. And they just said openly at Comic-Con where, well, the writers themselves are there, and the writers remain silent. And the actors are like, yeah, we don't know why it was. I guess to be dramatically satisfying.
But this is like King of the Hill stuff. Like at some point you gotta figure it
Yeah,
out.
literally, the writers are there and they didn't take the question. They deliberately remained silent. Well,
They should have
Sophie answered
taken the question instead.
Because they didn't even know. They were like, "Oh yeah,
Yep.
why didn't we have that happen?" It doesn't matter. It's done.
The line
Yep. Yeah, let's keep going.
like that, hinting his men will abandon him when he's losing, only to then show literally all of them fighting to the death, all the way to the end in the Winterfell courtyard. You never see any of them surrendering. Tell me in the comments, did any of you think of that? Did you just playing the dialogue and going, there was no payoff to that line? Well, originally there probably was.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some of you might be saying, well, in the bonus video, Benioff explains this.
Oh dear. 30-minute bonus video. D&D praised their great idea that, originally John fights his way to Ramsay at the end of the battle and just beats him on the field, but then we decided it's a battle for the Stark's home, so it should end in Winterfell itself. No, they didn't film it on a field because they had to abandon the last day of filming. Then later they filmed the new ending as pickup shots at the Winterfell set in a different part of Northern Ireland, and this took 1 day, not 3. Oh, bad writing galore.
Yeah.
Bad management of time galore.
Bad money management. 1 day to do shooting compared to 3 days. What company?
You had 3 days. You should have done what you wanted to do.
Yep.
You had the time.
See, this is why I'm saying that I feel like they have the same weaknesses as me, but they're not in a position to have the same weaknesses as me. I'm some 23-year-old schmuck. They're not in a position to act like me. When you have their resources, when you have their resources and responsibilities, you should have matured out of that by then.
Mm-hmm.
This is ridiculous.
Yes, it is. Oh,
so,
God.
it's understandable for me to have issues with time management and having a method where I write the ending first. There's actually I don't think there's anything wrong with writing the ending first. It just depends on how you are. But in terms of the time management issue, it's understandable for me to have issues with time management. But when you get to that point, when you have these resources and these responsibilities, when you have an entire franchise to account for, you should have matured out of that by then. That's why we have like this outbreak of immature writers.
Writers that have never lived.
Writers who have never suffered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
writers who have never earned.
Yep. So there's also this little bit of trivia.
And there's going to be a whole separate video on Sansa. The TV show throughout Sansa's storyline in the Vale.
The TV show threw out Sansa Stark's book storyline in the Vale and instead had her marry Ramsay Bolton, a serial rapist, and then he rapes her. What choice did we have once we chose to marry her to a serial rapist? Anything else would be unrealistic. You could just go back on the decision and go, no, we should not have her marry him?
Or just do the actual storyline from the book that is written.
Yes! Don't write filler when you have material!
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this ultimately comes to nothing.
Yes. It does.
Mm-hmm.
This is my
video, but regarding the battle and Northern loyalty, just this, I'm going to make a quick mention on this. In the books, Ramsay marries and rapes Sansa's friend Jane Poole, who has been passed off as Arya. The Northern lords gathered for the wedding can hear her cries as Ramsay repeatedly rapes her, and they get enraged and nearly riot. He's raping a girl they think is Ned Stark's daughter, and their honor and loyalty won't let them ignore that, even though they're outnumbered and would lose in a brawl with all the soldiers. So, officially, and deny this all you want in the comments, in the aired final version of the Battle of the Bastards, absolutely no one fights Ramsay Bolton because he raped Sansa. The North didn't remember. The Mormonts, if you look at the dialogue in that, they join. Lyanna ignores Sansa and joins because of the White Walker threat. So really, this wasn't condensing Sansa with Jane Poole. Even Jane's rape was actually motivating the plot. It motivated the Northern Lords to fight Ramsay. Jane's rape had narrative consequence.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want you to take a real minute. I'm just not rhetorical. Actually pause and think of this. Think.
Mm-hmm.
How different it might have been if Umber turned on Ramsay, and when he asked why at the end, Umber said, because the North remembers. We remember the Red Wedding. We remember that you raped Ned Stark's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been awesome. Also, Drake the Duelist. What we have an outbreak of are writers who think their paycheck is inevitable, and all they have to do is put something out and wait for the accolades.
I'm so glad that Drake the Duelist said that, because that's exactly what I mean when I say in the morning that they don't care what repercussions there are for the decisions that they make when they start virtue signaling and stuff, which that's not what this is, but it's a greater point. They don't care about the repercussions of their actions, their behaviors, or their words, so long as it doesn't affect them personally. The moment that the paycheck comes out of their pocket, not the businesses, not the other workers, their pocket,
That's when
that's when they come crawling back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
And that was what happened with Marvel.
Like suffer.
it's in the same vein as a virtual signaling.
Turns out suffering sucks, doesn't it?
So
It hurts.
here comes the next bad bit.
Oh, God.
There's more.
Yes, there's more.
Oh, buy your book,
It's
please.
worse than D&D thinking that the North remembers isn't worth including in their script. D&D acknowledged it was that important by putting it in the script, then running out of time to film it because they were so blindly fixated on pandering to Kit for an Emmy Award.
Uh-huh. Let's
And Benioff and Weiss agreeing to film it, because what's worse than forgetting to have characters care about Sansa's rape? Actually caring that they remember, then flippantly abandoning that point due to bad time management.
Mm-hmm.
There's supposed to be a big scene of Manderley Gibbs, probably. What the hell are we going to do? I know. Let's cynically distract the audience by inserting the breakout star of season 6 into the scene, Bella Ramsey.
Uh-huh.
Bella, what?
Production falling apart on Battle of the
I'm
Bastards meant they couldn't
guessing
use any original.
That she's an original character, not a character from the books. That's what I'm guessing.
She is mentioned off screen.
Okay, so she's actually there. And
Yeah,
she's an actual character. She's not someone that they just pulled out of their ass.
Yeah. But look,
Okay.
production was falling apart, and they just rewrote the scene at the last minute.
This is amusingly written.
Yeah.
This is amusingly written. Production falling apart on B.O.B. meant that they couldn't use any original Manderley and Umber speeches. So they just rewrote the scene at the last minute to feature Bella Ramsey, berating the other lords for not helping the Starks, which they were originally written to do.
If D&D weren't too busy pandering
Beautiful.
Harrington for an Emmy Award. Great.
So this is utter
We don't have time to have them care, so let's have someone yell at them for not caring because it's faster.
God damn,
Yeah.
read a book, people.
Yeah. Isn't it? Yeah.
Nobody likes to be lectured.
No. they don't.
Nobody.
Nobody.
Yep.
Ramsay berating if Benioff and that you turn the Manderleys and Umbers into traitorous cowards and then blame them for it because you couldn't keep track of time or listen to warnings.
Mm-hmm.
And adding insult to injury, they even had Bella Liana proclaiming at one point, the North remembers, which they just didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I was blown away by this really great podcast. I'm linking it in the description. Please listen to it if you're listening this long to this video. It's a great one by the Why Do You Care podcast channel, complaining about TV and movies. Had them burned. And it seems to be just happening at random.
Mm-hmm. You can kind of tell that they're just distracting from the massive plot holes, and look how cute the little actress is. She's a sweet little girl. But
She is cute, yes, but there are people watching series like this that actually do care about the stories and can't be distracted by a cute little actress or actor.
It gets worse. Just wait.
What do you mean it gets worse?
That's the tagline of the entire stream.
Now,
There's a dead guy on the screen. You're like, it gets worse.
Is it really a tagline?
I finally sat down during the actors giving strong emotive performances, not writing this, and I go, let me guess. When the season 6 Blu-ray comes out in November, they'll describe showing off Liana Mormont in terms of showing off the actress. And all too predictably, cynically, when the season
That's
6 Blu-rays
exactly
came out,
what happened.
Yeah.
I told you it got worse. I told you it got worse. Was I right?
I mean, come on. They really stick to the script. And then throw it out, apparently.
So the North kind of forgot.
Yeah, the North kind of forgot.
They did. They did, indeed.
So Benioff and Weiss was going to have this whole thing where the North remembers, and then they just kind of gave up.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they gave up.
They just gave up. Oh, Lord.
Like, look, like Dr. Crow, was I right? Did it get worse?
It got worse. It just
And amazingly, we still have Down to Go. Don't we, done?
Yep.
It's worse.
What do you mean?
Specifically explaining them that this scene didn't originally
What?
feature Liana Mormont.
What?
They confirmed
Thought it was just going to be like talking about,
it was a late rewrite, explicitly to show off.
What was that?
I thought it was just going to be about stupid horses and stuff. I'm ready for this.
So much
Keep
worse than
escalating,
horses.
escalating.
Yeah. Like, was I, like, are you, yeah.
I think I saw Shiny in Literature Devil's basement a couple of levels of hell ago.
I mean,
that's
this is bad.
Like, and Literature Devil has seen the show. He has seen the show.
Yes.
I can only imagine him seeing this.
We have to show it to him. We have to. We have to.
Yep.
We have to make sure he sees this somehow.
I've posted his links. I posted the links in his chat, and he has never responded to me.
He knows.
The extreme mental pain of going through this. We've been here for 4 hours.
We could all send him the link. Then there will be no escaping it.
I can show this whole thing to
Every one of us send it exactly once, and then the comment in the piece of media, like you know how it lets you write a comment in Discord, you put what do you put? You put
at Literature Devil.
The Devil's Poison. That's what you title it.
Twitter. I spam his Twitter and Discord telling him, you need to cover this. You need to...
We'll make a new hashtag, hashtag The Devil's Poison.
Yeah.
do this. Literature Devil, hashtag, you need to watch this. We spent 4 hours on
Yes.
I'm gonna talk about this tomorrow at the very least, because it's Thursday, right? So tomorrow's Friday, and then we know there's gonna be a Saturday stream because it's it's Saturday. So
They're all
I'm gonna bring this up.
because we demand it.
Yeah,
No.
Wake up early just for
Drake the
that.
Duelist, we need your help. Drake the Duelist, say that you agree. All right, 5
Yes,
minutes from now, he's gonna say that he agrees. All right, let's continue.
We got
Yep.
4 minutes of this shit.
Oh, man.
We have
Ramsey, the
10 minutes of
actress,
this crap.
Not in terms of the fictional character. I don't need to prove that. They say that.
Yeah, Drake wants to do it.
And they admit that giving Lyanna a big speech was a rewrite. And public casting calls confirm this. The casting call, check this, for Lord Manderley, when news sites were first going over the casting calls for Manderley, described that he gives a big and really important speech, which sounds like the novels, which was scrapped by the final version.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't need...
Yeah.
Storm can emote angry, Madden can emote romantic, Headley can emote motherly and sympathetic, and Delane can emote a great frowning face. Harrington can emote a great brooding face. Bella is really cute when she yells.
I don't care.
I don't care if she's cute when she yells.
God, this is awful.
Yeah. I tell you, it keeps getting worse. And this is only one of several videos on this.
My God.
Are they about the same length too?
There's one that's 4 hours. There's
Oh
one
God.
that's 3 hours.
we would turn into EFAP if we tried to cover any of those. It would take all day.
And then he's got like several like part breakups. Like his I think his David Benioff thinks brown women are hot is 45 minutes long.
What?
Yeah, it's like 48 minutes long.
Was Neph not here for that?
No, we talked about that before I left to
Okay.
have dinner, I think.
I wish you weren't here, so you'd be like, "What?"
Literally, he's
So,
like, or
yeah.
or how a scene that was not originally intended to be rape was so insanely and incompetently filmed that everybody and their dog thought it was rape, even though the actors and the director said it wasn't rape.
What was it that he said? They're ambiguously brown or some weird shit.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yep.
Who says that?
Don't forget episode 1, then remembers in the final episode, and time for a rousing speech.
Yep.
This is called subtlety. The one above it.
Yeah. Nova Roman just says, what?
This is called Kill Me.
Yep.
Oh my God.
I think we've gotten past most of the dumb stuff, I think.
Yeah, that's the link. That's the link.
So
You paste that link.
these are
Hashtag the devil's poison.
Yeah. Also, or just spam Dragon Man's chat. There's also interesting weird psychological stuff about his dad of why he what might have changed Tywin Lannister based on like stuff in his background and some weird stuff that he has said, where he just changed a character because he wanted to have an idealized father figure, because book Tywin is very much like his dad, where he's a cold, distant guy who like didn't even notice that his son had a lateral lisp, and he had to be told when he was 35 that he had a lateral lisp. And his parents fought about who was going to pay for him to get braces, and he still has crooked teeth to this day.
Oh my God.
Yep. Yep.
saying the North remembered and we turn on the Boltons, because there's so many other story hints, and the episode itself, his men will abandon him. So the lost original ending was that the Umbers and probably Manderleys would turn on the Boltons as in the novels. Then they lost that due to willfully ignoring warnings about time management, then cynically tried to cover up their failure by distracting us with cute, angry Liana Bella.
Mm-hmm.
This happened.
Yes,
Now,
this
as I
actually
said,
happened.
Hutchnick had a terrible experience working with.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're done. This is
They say the actors have strong acting, but it's not really acting if you don't say anything.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And also, like, look at this. Define irony. They don't care about how they treat others.
oh my god. Caring about honor, loyalty, or how you treat others. Meanwhile, they're sitting on a giant pile of cash.
Yeah. They basically made the same mistake that Ramsay Bolton did. And it earns them hate revenge from, like, the people who are loyal to the Starks. And they ran out of time. Yep.
I wish we did.
Yeah.
In the video, I got exposed before season 8.
Yeah.
Might have been able to save the show.
Yep.
Just ended even season 7, and it would have been maybe passable.
Oh, there was some dumb stuff that happened behind the scenes in season 7.
No.
I don't even want to know.
At least it wasn't as bad as what happened with season 8. I was following some of the stuff that happened in season 8. That was
there has been consistent bad things happening behind the scenes of the show since season 5, possibly even earlier, but these were the most spectacularly awful.
That does not surprise me in the
Bro, your avatar says I know why. So please, for God's sake, tell me why.
All right.
Yep.
Please, Dr. Crow.
I can tell you why. Caw, 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 caw.
That, my friends, is called subtlety.
This took a lot longer than I was anticipating.
You think?
So I have to get going to do something at 7. I need to meet up with my writing group, and I need to read through their stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, sure.
So unfortunately, I will not be able to allow Neph and Yokai to read their stuff. I'm really sorry about that.
That's fine. We can do it.
To be honest, I'm really not that worried about it. In fact, I'm considering. It's funny you bring that up because as we were talking, I actually, in my mind, I was considering sending you what I have thus far, and you, as a professional writer, could give me your input. Because I think that if you read it for yourself and had the document in front of you, it would probably do you better than just hearing me read it.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking pimping it so that other people can kind of see what you are able to do as a writer.
Well, yeah, we'll do that too. But
yeah, I'm down to help.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I feel like that's more important at the moment.
Yeah, I currently have 3 that I'm trying to work through. 2 other manuscripts. So I'm hoping, like, eventually, like for the time being, I can do it for free within reason, or at least like cheap. Like if you give me like $30, I'm like I will look through your thing for $30, through your whole book, and give you as much editing as I can for $30.
Well, I mean, right now it's just like what I got, like 20 pages.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give you a whole book.
Yeah. I know that I have a few that are like pretty big. Like I know Drake gave me one, and there's another guy from another guy in the server. I think like at some point once I like get at least like a few more offers, I'll have to say like I gotta charge like $50 to $100 for this per piece, or else I will not be able to do anything.
Yeah, I'd kind of just need your input to help me get started, and then if like when the story is finished, then I would gladly pay you 100 and send it to you.
Alrighty.
Because that's different. That's when you're setting it in stone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll definitely. I would take that deal. That sounds like a good deal.
All right, perfect.
Well, I will have to close things out. I want to thank my wonderful guests, Neph Champion. Thank you so much for coming, Agent Yokai.
Thank you for having me.
Agent Yokai.
It was an honor to attend, as always.
And Crow, thank you for coming on the show, kind of even in the middle of the stream, and allowing us to hear some of your pain over even a show that you didn't watch.
This was a mistake.
Actually, I enjoyed this. I enjoyed this a lot.
I enjoyed it too. I had a great time.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a masochist, so. I mean,
Well, next week we're probably going to have something along the lines of something shorter, like how he learned screenwriting and the are hot and the brown lemon are hot video. I want to see your guys' reactions to that.
Oh, I'm all for it.
Oh boy, brace yourselves.
I suppose that makes us the Duncast.
I was thinking the
Yes, because we are quite done.
Yes.
But
It's
don't.
actually a play on
I'm
Smudcast.
so very glad that my pain brings you such great joy.
And as Transport said, please, everybody in the stream, if you would kindly hit that like button, it would be very greatly appreciated. I want to try and get as much of this off the ground, and I think that this is probably going to be a lot of fun for everybody involved.
Drake the Duelist final one is fun too. Memeing it crap is an ancient and cathartic art form. I'm glad to join you all for some of it.
Well, we are glad to have you, Drake the Duelist.
Drake, which would you like to come on? Like, I have a limit of 6, but I'm interested to see if one of you guys would like to be on the. Who would like to come on the screenwriting one?
Sure.
I would.
Okay.
Maybe once I have a bit more experience. I think I'll leave it to.
I
other
have
writers.
no experience with screenwriting, and I'm still gonna be on it.
I've made the attempt to actually write a screenplay before. And I was writing a sci-fi for a while. That was fun.
Or
I've written things in script format, but I find that I much more enjoy the novel format.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So basically, the screenwriting one is mostly an admission of David Benioff literally has no idea what he's doing because he says, I've never read a screenwriting book in my life.
Oh.
Yes.
But I think that the brown women one is one.
Well, hey, look.
Right.
So we know Crow doesn't want to come on because he's too busy being a doctor.
Yeah.
But the duelist has some time between his duels. He'd like to come on.
Well,
I think it would be a great one for Duelist.
I know for sure that like me and Crow are going to be chatting on Monday.
Yep.
And then about 3 EST. So we can probably try and do something Tuesday or Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
And
That works for me.
let's plan on that, and we will figure out what we want to do in terms which we want to do.
Oh, Drake the Duelist wants on when we make the brown woman one. Wait.
Oh my god. Oh, it's gonna be a good one.
Oh, you know what?
Yes, it is.
Because this
Probably
guy
gonna
is
have
so
full house
obnoxious,
for
you just gotta follow him around. He says
You know
these
what?
sick things.
You know what? Let's do the screenwriting one tomorrow, and then on Tuesday we'll do the brown women are hot one. Sound good to everybody in chat?
Sounds good
Yeah,
to me.
sounds fantastic.
I
Yeah.
might miss some of tomorrow's because
Okay.
I've got appointment, but we'll see.
What time does your thing get finished? And I'll just plan around that.
It'll probably take maybe an hour, and it starts at 1:30 Central Time.
Okay, so we can start. Okay, how far ahead are you of Mountain Standard Time?
1 hour, I believe.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah, just let me know, and I think
Yeah, she's an hour ahead of you.
okay,
Yeah.
an hour ahead. So you get done at noon at 12:30 MST. Probably get home at 1 MST.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, so how about we plan on starting at 1:15 Mountain Standard Time tomorrow.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Alrighty, and that'll, even if it takes us like 4 hours like this one did, I'll be able to get in my 5-hour nap. 3 hour. Well, my 3-hour nap before I have to do work. Okay.
All right, so that's 12:15 for me. I can do that.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Well, again, thank you, my lovely guests. I have enjoyed having you on, and I've enjoyed your commentary on this. Sorry if I wasn't able to talk very much, but I hope that I at least had some clarity in terms of what exactly was going on.
Yes, you did. That was fine.
Alrighty. Well, alrighty. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, guys.
Take it easy.
Bye bye.